And I love them for stuff like this. If they were interested in trading Jeffrey for Trump, they absolutely would have done it. This prosecutor is not interested in that. You can see it. They're not interested. This prosecutor has to sleep at night. This prosecutor wakes up and does press statements for the victims' families and stuff, and tells them about the status on the case and shit like this. And that New York prosecutor is not going to trade Donald Trump for 400 fucking victims. Donald Trump is worthless. That's probably what the prosecutor said. That's what the prosecutor probably said in this imaginary scene in my mind. The prosecutor goes, no, Trump is worthless. He's a child molester. He has no value to me. Whatever happens to him is going to happen to him in his own jurisdiction. I'm prosecuting Jeffrey Epstein, right? So I have 400 or more victims in the Jeffrey Epstein case. I'm not interested in ancillary crimes right now. I have to go up in front of a camera tomorrow and tell 400 victims' mothers that I tried to get Jeffrey behind bars today. If I tell them I traded them for Trump, even if it is Trump, and even if they hate Trump, they will tear this prosecutor limb from limb right in Times Square. And the mothers will do it. They'll show up and they'll be bearing pitchforks and torches. And they'll be like, you traded our daughters for Trump. And the prosecutor is not dumb. The prosecutor doesn't live in billionaire piece of shit fantasy P. Diddy land where we can all live on islands and pay lawyers to get out of 500 rape charges or whatever crazy ass shit these fucking low fidelity shithead rich people do. But I mean, no, a good prosecutor will not trade fucking Jeffrey Epstein, no matter what the value of Trump is. A good prosecutor will not trade Jeffrey Epstein for Trump. Even if Trump was a bigger target, it doesn't matter. Because Jeffrey rapes so many people that it protects him. It literally protects him. We got to change this too. Those 400 or so victims, they are watching everything this prosecutor does. Their victims, the family, they want to know Jeffrey's going to pay them all out $50 million each or something. They know Jeffrey had like $1 billion and they know there was like 400 victims in the case. So they can do the math on that. They know that they stand to get something like $2 to $5 million each. And they know that $5 million is going to make it so they and their family are not going to have to worry for another 100 years or something like that. And they're desperate for that because Jeffrey Epstein destroyed their family. They're desperate for it. They'll do anything for that settlement money. They'll let him get away with it. They don't care because they know that the $5 million is actually going to fix everything, including the rape therapy and all the stuff to get over it that they're going to have to do anyways. But at least they get to do it with $5 million. If they just prosecute him, they don't get anything. He just goes to jail and maybe the judge is competent enough to pay all the victims. And we pray and hope that they do. But I'm not so sure victims' compensation in rape cases goes so well. I don't really know. For one thing, they've got to quibble about the amount. And if Jeffrey's superstar, high-class, Better Call Saul lawyer convinces the judge and the jury that it's just not right that these victims who sold sex to Jeffrey get $5 million each, right? Because they sold it willingly, right? And that's I'm sure they made that argument too. And so and then they say, why don't we pay every victim $220,000? And that's what they're worth. And we know that these lawyers do this. They say, this victim's entire life is worth $220,000. That's what we're willing to settle for. And they make the offer, and the victim takes it because they'd rather have $220,000 than zero in a conviction. And this is how all these rapists skate for fucking, decade after decade after decade after decade. They just buy non-disclosure agreements. And honestly, the system is not set up to favor the victims. It's set up to favor the fucking rapists. It's hard for the victim to testify in front of 100 people. It's embarrassing for them. It's hard for the jury not to judge the victim if they sold the sex to the child molester willingly, so then they get biased and they don't get the sex trafficking prosecution that the victim came for. And then the victim hates the prosecutor, the lawyers, the rapist, the courts, the judge, the public for not helping them. The victim hates everybody, and that's everybody's fucking nightmare. If the victim is in the streets with pitchforks and torches threatening to burn a prosecutor or Jeffrey Epstein alive because their daughters didn't get justice and stuff, that's not good for anybody. The prosecutors lose their job. Jeffrey just gets constrained to forever jail while they figure out what to do with him. Like, anybody rolling with him just gets like scrutiny, and that's not good for all his billionaire gangster friends, his Jabba the Hutt friends. And the public is fucking furious because it looks like everybody got shat on. The public got shat on. The public's furious when this shit happens. Public is like yelling about it and I'm yelling about it. Because the prosecutor got shat on by the fucking by the defense. The defense got shat on by everybody. And it's just in a waiting pattern for 10 years, which is unfair. They deserve like a speedy trial. That's something that actually does need to happen. That's what he got. And then the public itself in the lower right corner at the bottom, they're fucked. Or so the victims at the bottom, they're fucked. They got raped. Even if they sold it willingly, but they're still underage and they're a victim. They can't consent. So, I mean, they're still victims. They're still victims. In the lower right corner, there's Jeffrey above the victims because he has all the money and all the rape and all the sex, and they've got nothing. They've got to lose their personal lives and tell their friends at school why they're not in school that day because they've got to go testify in the Jeffrey Epstein prosecution and all this shit. And that's not very fair to them. I mean, they do need to testify. That's how our court of law works, and it's very difficult to get rape victims to testify because then they have to relive the moment, you know. And so I have some sympathy about this. I'm the furious public who wants to be Better Call Saul and bring the fucking beautiful ethics and morals of a upright Ben Stone prosecutor to a Better Call Saul money situation where I can take that money and begin reforming the criminals that I get off. You know, like, look, you were busted for all this underage sex. You gotta stop doing that. Can I like put you in public treatment and show them that you're actually trying to change and shit like this? I would take a Better Call Saul approach to this where I would try to repair the reputation of this terrible, terrible rapist because that's what fucking defense lawyers and rapists do. And I would go about the business doing that by saying he probably tried to get every last one of them to pay for, to sell it first. And I would use these shitty points to try and make him seem a little bit better. Like he tried to get every last one of them to sell it first. When they wouldn't do it, he abducted them. But and he is a monster. But I mean, like he did try to get them to sell it first. And so, like, you know, that is morally maybe a little bit better. Is somebody just trying to buy a hooker? That's a lot better than somebody trying to rape like 400 little girls, you know? And I make shitty arguments like this trying to get them off. If I make any money, I go in the public and I try to get the victims help. I try to make sure they get what they need. I apologize to the victim. I tell them I'm only doing what this country needs, which is good criminal defense, because criminals don't get good defense in this country. Even the shithead ones, like Epstein, I'm sure, did not get a good defense. Criminals don't get a good defense in this country, and that's almost as bad, it frankly is, almost as bad as a problem as the rapes are. It is as bad a systemic problem. Crimes that don't go prosecuted because we can't get convictions. It's kind of bad. It's like pretty bad. So I have sympathy for the prosecutor. I would be him. I have sympathy. I would never ever be Jeffrey Epstein, but I would be Better Call Saul sitting next to him trying to get a good defense for a criminal who needs a defense. And I would try to do that with the best ethics that a criminal defense lawyer can have. And that's very, very difficult to do when people like Jeffrey Epstein are offering you $1 billion to lie to the court. You know, that's probably what his lawyer did, is lied to the court a whole bunch of times. I'm not willing to fucking do that. I will just make sure that every last possible line of defense is used in your case to make sure you got the defense that you could possibly stand with. And that's the lines that they use on the Lincoln Lawyer with fucking Matthew McConaughey, and that's the lines that they use on the Lincoln Lawyer on Netflix and shit. And so I would prefer to be Better Call Saul because I think that's the good place to sit. You're making their rapist money back for the victims. You can give it to the fucking victims. You only need like $100,000 a year to be a very comfortable, very happy defense lawyer, but maybe you're charging him $1 billion, right? I want to be the fucking, you know, and I don't know why more criminal defense lawyers don't do this. Like honestly, I would take $1 billion from Diddy, I would try to get him off, and then I would hold a press conference the day that I get him off. And at the press conference, I say, I am donating $900 million to the 522 victims in this fucking case. It's something like, I wish it was more, but it's only about $3 million each. But I myself, the Better Call Saul lawyer who got this asshole off, I will make sure myself that the victims are taken care of to the note where they can at least eat if they're starving. I'm going to personally give the $900 million that I made off of, you know, I would charge him $1 billion to get you out of this, because that's what it is. I would charge him $1 billion. He probably paid his lawyer like $1 billion. So then I keep 100 of that, and I step out and I try to repair the reputations of criminal defense lawyers, and I shock the public the next day like the Lincoln lawyer, like a fucking television drama or whatever. And I want to give I want to give criminal defense lawyers ideas like this on my stream. I hope Legal fucking tells people shit about like this. I hope people listen to me, but I don't think they will. I think the piece of shit corpos that ruined everything on the fucking planet have absolutely convinced them to not listen to people that they don't know. And so I don't think anybody's ever gonna fucking listen to me. But I have a dream for a criminal defense thing, right? Let's say I get Jeffrey Epstein off as a criminal defense lawyer for $1 billion, and then I run all his friends for $1 billion too. I get them off and I apologize to the fucking victims. And I don't tell Jeffrey Epstein I'm gonna do this, but the next day when we're standing there at the shame walk as Jeffrey Epstein walks out of the fucking jail and shit, I'm cheering, and they're like, how can you cheer? The mothers are there. And I'm cheering and shit. And I was like, no, I stole his money. I would say it right on the goddamn camera. I'd be like, I stole his money. I'm no longer Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer. He's no longer my client. He got off this case. Hi, ladies. I knew that the system, Jeffrey Epstein, and your daughters were, the system of Jeffrey Epstein were going to make sure that your daughters were not going to see anything for this. They were just going to be the victim chattels that got talked about by the press and used like rape toys and bandied about in the court while he got like, nothing at all and killed himself in jail or got killed in jail or whatever, and saw absolutely no punishment beyond a couple of days or a couple of months in jail or whatever it was. And they gave him a sweetheart deal in that prison and all that shit. So the mothers are outside screaming my name. Skycat, how could you get him off? Skycat, how could you do this? And I'd be like, oh, I knew that they were never, ever going to pay reparations for this, ladies. I knew. I'm Better Call Saul. I'm better than Better Call Saul. I would go and pass the bar with the intention of doing stuff like this. I'm Better Call Saul. You hate me, but but you should love me, and I'm going to tell you why. I charged this man $1.1 billion for this defense. Here's the paperwork. I'm keeping $100 million for this so I can go and fucking fuck other people like him too. And I'm going to offer defenses to them, and they're going to take it if I can get them off. Here's $930 million going to 552 victims. That's all his money. He had about $1.3 billion. I'm giving it to the victims. Step up to the podium, ladies. Your daughters are getting $10 million checks. I got $990 million off them. I'm giving you $10 million checks. If you were a victim in this fucking case, I'm the defense lawyer. I don't believe in what he fucking did, but I do believe in a criminal getting a good defense. And if I can get him off, I'm going to get him off. And here's his money. I kept 10%. Here's the victim's fees. Right? I'm gonna be like, here's my assistant. Her name is Cloud Candy. She's gonna hand out $10 million to each one of you victims in the fucking P. Diddy case or the Jeffrey Epstein case, and we're actually gonna get justice to you poor ladies who were damaged in this goddamn community. I mean what I fucking say. Better Call Saul. You thought, oh my God, you picked the most evil person here. It's maybe more evil than Jeffrey Epstein because he's trying to get Jeffrey Epstein off completely scot-free, right? Everybody who's watching the stream is like, how dare you say that you're the Better Call Saul in this fucking situation? But I can see the Robin Hood possibilities of stealing $1 billion from Jeffrey Epstein and then handing it over to the victims the next fucking day. Not making them wait 5 months while the court fucking pays them or a piece of shit $700,000 payment for all of their lives being ruined or whatever. No, here's $10 million to every victim in this fucking case. I did this to prove that criminals do need good defenses, and if you can get them off, you maybe should, because that means the prosecutor isn't actually proving the case, right? And there is need for criminal defense lawyers here, and I wanted to prove that. And the other thing I want to prove, and I would go past the bar to do this if I had time and the humans would ever work with me or ever help me or ever listen to me or ever do anything with me. I've never done anything to them except do drugs, but they will never ever pass me the time of day. They just use me like a serf slave, every last one of them, even my fucking family. They just use me like a serf slave and ignore me entirely while I come up with the ideas to save our culture, right? So yeah, you go, Skycat, how could you choose Better Call Saul in this terrible rape trial situation scenario? And I go, well, Better Call Saul has the better fucking chance to actually fucking bring justice to the victim, because if he wins the case, he makes $1 billion. And here's Saul sitting with Jeffrey up here. Here's the pigs over here that don't really care about the victims. They just want their prosecution. They do, but they care about the prosecution more. And then there's the public down here, and then there's the victims of Jeffrey down here, right? And there's like 4 big entities in this, and they all have roles to play, and the public is the most important one. Our wishes must be observed. They are not. The court does not really prosecute Jeffrey. He just dies in jail. And so we're not very happy with the way the prosecution handled this. We're not happy with the prosecution of Luigi. We're not really happy, you know? So you say, how do you choose Saul in this situation? You obviously don't want to be a Jeffrey. Jeffrey's the last person that you pick because that's the rapist, right? But how do you choose the second to last worst person in this entire situation? You don't want to be the public or anything like that? No. I want to be Better Call Saul. And I want to win or lose the case. I don't really care, because the beautiful thing about criminal defense is you just do your job. You do your best possible ability, like the Lincoln Lawyer, and I love that fucking show, to make sure that your fucking client got the fucking defense that they are entitled to as Americans in our Constitution and shit. And all you did was your job. And if the fucking prosecution can't stick the case, that's not your fucking problem. And good criminal defense lawyers feel that way. They're like, no, it's not my fault. The prosecution did not have a good enough case. It's not my fault that I'm good. You know, and there is criminal defense lawyers, and they do need to be respected. They are very, very needed in our culture. Like the water company or the power company, they're that fucking important. They are a systemic thing in our system that do need to occur and do not need to be rubbed out or shamed or anything like that. Criminal defense lawyers are intensely important to the democratic process, right? So you say, Skycatlive, how do you choose Saul in this terrible rape trial scenario, right? And I'm like, well, Saul's the one who gets the $1 billion from Jeffrey, whether he wins or loses. And for the 2 years that you work, you can easily take your $100,000 or $200,000 or whatever. Take your $500,000. Who cares? Take your $500,000 for 2 years of work, or whatever, as a criminal defense lawyer. I'm not greedy like these pieces of shit, so I'm happy with $500,000. That's a lot of money for criminal defense, you know? So I take my $500,000 out of the $1.1 billion settlement that Jeffrey does to get out of this case, and I strike a deal with everybody, and I get Jeffrey's freedom. And you're gonna say, oh, you want a rapist free? And I'm like, no, I'm fairly sure they'll kill his ass the day he gets out of jail. I mean, they killed him while he was in the jail, right? And you see that Saul has the actual power position here, and they always do. Saul can go and take $100 million out of this 1.1 bill, and he can pay himself not $500,000 like I was saying. He can pay himself that 100 mil out of the 1.1 that he landed. Humans by nature are just greedy, so they're going to take the whole 1.1 billion. If they're criminal defense lawyers, they're just going to take the whole 1.1 billion for the Jeffrey fucking settlement, right? Or whatever it is. It's his entire fortune was probably like 1.6 or $2 billion or something like that. So you take the whole fortune from him, right? But I don't want that money going to the government. They use that shit to attack Venezuela. It would be nice to go to the public, but that would be ignoring the victims, right? And I don't want the money going to Jeffrey. And I don't want the money going to Saul. Criminal defense lawyers don't need more than $100 million. What are you going to do? Buy a jet? What the fuck does a criminal defense lawyer need more than $10 million for? I don't think I would take the $100 million. I would take 10 mil for this, right? I'd be like 10 mil. So I took 1.1 billion from Jeffrey for this settlement that I was able to structure, and I got him off. And I'm jumping and cheering. And the mothers, and I swear to God, it would be like a movie. The mothers would be threatening to throw Molotovs at me. They're going to be like out there screaming, how can you defend this asshole? He's walking free because of you. How dare you do this? I'm like, ladies, you don't understand. You don't understand. And I'm on the podium, right? Because I am a fucking grandstanding piece of shit criminal fucking lawyer personality, whether I do it or not. I've got that personality in my fucking brain. I know the power position. I always know what it is. I am an executive son. I know who's got the power in any fucking situation. It is Saul. He's the only one with power. All the rest of these people are beholden to the public, beholden to the lawyer, beholden to the prosecution, beholden to the conviction, beholden to the victim's fees. Everybody here is beholden to everybody else in this Mexican standoff here. But Saul Saul can go, I'm keeping 10 million of this, and hey ladies, here's 1.09 billion dollars cut out across every victim in the Jeffrey Epstein case, every last one of them, including you, the mothers, the families too. Every last one of these, I'm going to cut up $1.1 million into 110 fucking, or whatever it is, 110 little portions of $5 or $10 million or whatever it is, and make sure every single little girl that these piece of shit Donald Trumper Republican ass rapists fucking bought or stole, every last feminine piece of flesh that they tried to fucking systematically objectify, steal, or rape like they always do as piece of shit ass Republicans, right? This is their policy. I drink your milkshake. Even in rape it is. So, and I'll take your money, right? So I take Jeffrey's money and I'm like, oh no, I won this case and I'm really, really happy I won, ladies. And they're like, of course you're happy you won, you fucking asshole. We're going to tear you to pieces tomorrow. When you walk away from this podium, we're going to tear you to pieces. It's like, ladies, no. I'm very happy with the $10 million that I got for the 2 years of work that I did. That's $5 million a year. Who isn't happy with that? I'll go buy a Rolls Royce after this fucking thing, right? The other 900 and, or whatever it is, it's like $1,990,000,000. That's going to you, ladies. And it's at least $7 million of vagina. If he touched you, if you're related to a vagina that he touched, or anything, or boys, or anything, if you have a body that was touched by Jeffrey Epstein, if you have a body that was related to a body that was touched by Jeffrey Epstein in rape or purchase, it doesn't matter what it is, you are getting at least like $6.5 million. Step up onto the podium, ladies. I stole his money. It's all yours. And they're like, what? And it's like, yes, this is my assistant, Cloud Candy. She is here to represent you with $7.9 million checks. Every last family, every last member, come up, certify that you're a member in this case, show me the paperwork or whatever, bring me your lawyers, bring me your proof. If you're a member in this case, if you were a victim of Jeffrey Epstein, you're getting $7 million. And this is what the prosecution can't do because they're crooked. This is what Jeffrey can't do because he's crooked. Honestly, Jeffrey could have gone out on a press release and be like, hi ladies, I am a weird, sick, shitty pervert. I've always believed in the honesty. I'm not like that, but he is, right? I'm not saying me. I'm saying that he could throw a press conference as they arrest him. And he could say, I have $2 billion. I don't need a lawyer. I intend to settle with every last person that I wronged with. Step up to the podium and I will pay you at least $15 million. No, I'm not kidding. Afterwards, you can prosecute me for rape, but I need to know, or whatever. I would never be prosecuted for that. I'm not like that, but he is. And then afterwards, you can prosecute me, but I need you to do it with the knowledge that I gave you all the money that I had, and that, I have lost my empire, and all of that went to my victims. And I did it publicly, and I didn't wait for the government to do it. I didn't wait for them to pay victims' fees and steal their cut. I didn't fucking ignore the public. I made sure that every last victim in the case, in my case, is and this is how I deal with any crimes that I commit too. If there's a victim in any of my crimes, and there wasn't, so I don't worry about it really. But like, yeah, the only time I ever had a victim in any of my crimes was a window I broke on a trespassing beef. And yeah, I came by and I dropped the $270 check off. I'm like, here you go. I broke your window. Sorry about that. But that's the only time I've ever, done something that would cause me to even maybe pay a victim fee even. It was one time I broke a window, So... And they didn't make me pay it. They didn't care. The fucking system, I noticed that the system did not care about his $350 window. They weren't going to take the time to get the victim's fees to replace it. They didn't care about the victim. They didn't care what I did. They were ready to wheel and deal. They busted it down. They made it trespassing and shit. It was just insane. And I was like, I am going to go pay this guy his $350 window because, he had to file a fucking citizen's arrest against me, and he sat on my ribs and broke my ribs. And then they threw me me around in a paddy wagon. That was the worst day of my life, I think. They threw me in a paddy wagon with broken ribs, and I was screaming like I had broken ribs, and they ignored me because they thought it was just some play to get out of the charge. And I was like, no, take me to a hospital. Take me to a hospital now. I was screaming at the top of my lungs for 2 solid hours. I was like, take me to a hospital. Take me to a hospital. But people do that to them, so they ignore it. So I was like, take me to a hospital. When I got out, I was like, I'm going to fucking sue you. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue the station. I'm going to sue everybody here. They get that too. I was like, I'm going to sue you. I have broken something in my chest. I've got broken bones in my chest. I don't know what it is. You need to take me to a fucking hospital now, or I'll fucking kill you. Not only will I sue you, I'll fucking kill you if you don't get me to a hospital now. You threw me in a paddy wagon for 2 fucking hours with broken something, and it was like Guantanamo Bay torture, and I would kill you for it. Take me to a hospital now. And they began to realize like I wasn't joking. And yeah, they shot ketamine into my fucking ribs the moment I got into the ER. They were like, no, you have broken ribs, and you've had them for like 3 days. And we're going to inject ketamine directly into your bones so that you aren't experiencing pain, some of the worst we've ever seen. They're like, you are experiencing pain on a level we've maybe never seen before in this hospital. I was like, yeah, it fucking hurts. My fucking ribs have been broken, and I've been tossed around in jail cells and paddy wagons for like fucking, it was like 3 days. It was like 3 days. Not, I neglected to mention, after they broke my ribs, it took another 2 days before they got me to the fucking hospital. It was fucking crazy. And then when I got there, they were like, yeah, you have broken ribs, and we're going to inject ketamine into your fucking ribs. And how did you not know you have broken ribs? I was like, oh, I knew. I didn't know it was ribs. I told them, I was like, I didn't know it was ribs. I thought it was just broken bones. I was like, I knew. They were like, you didn't know you have broken ribs? And I was like, oh, no, I knew. I had broken ribs. Yeah, no, I knew. They threw me in a paddy wagon for 2 hours and bounced me around. And they were like, that should be illegal. And I was like, I agree. They were like, they threw you in a paddy wagon with broken ribs for 2 hours and bounced you around? And I was like, yeah. And the nurse dealing with me, I'm chained to the bed. And she's scared of me. But she was like, I don't really think you should be in handcuffs. And I was like, I don't think so either. This was a false assault charge that a friend filed against me. The friend that the pigs raped and left in the fucking dumpster in Littleton to die. I bumped her with my belly out the back door, and she called 911 because she just could. And then when they got there, she was like, he didn't do it. And they were like, we have to take you downtown for a day. They were like, we don't know what the situation is here, but we're going to take you down to city jail for a day because this was an assault charge that she's now gone back on. But to protect her and to protect you and to protect us, we're just taking you to city jail for a day because we don't know what the situation is. And I was like, really? She's not filing charges, but you're still taking me to jail? And there was another really weird thing that happened. The cop car that they put me in, it was unmarked. It was like the dude's car. There was no cop cars at the scene. There was just me and a dude in plain clothes who had me in cuffs, and they put me in a car and they drove me to District 3. And it was just fucking crazy. And then they kept me there for 3 days until I could get my broken fucking ribs treated and shit. Oh, that was a different time. That was the assault charge. But it like just crazy. But yeah, just crazy shit. And like I hate them over this. So I don't like the system. I don't want the prosecutor to get the 1.1 billion. I don't want the system to use that to bust squatters and throw people who do drugs in jail or prostitutes in jail and shit like this. I really don't want the system getting this 1.1 billion because they use it to fuck people like me in the fucking ass and file false assault charges and shit like this and ruin your fucking life. I don't want this 1.1 billion going to the Fed, the G, or the prosecutor. I really don't want that. Now the prosecutor deserves the money, frankly, because he spends 2 years trying to slam dunk this case against Jeffrey. He is the one in this situation that deserves the money. Saul does not deserve this money, right? But if the prosecutor lands the case, they take all that money and he can't pay the lawyer anyways. But I mean, but he paid the lawyer up front. I'm getting my 1.1 billion as Saul, whether he wins this case or loses this case. And he lost that case and the lawyer made their money, right? But where Saul and criminal defense lawyers and rich fucking elitist assholes that caused all these problems in the first fucking place separate between me and them is the Better Call Saul lawyer that got this settlement. He probably, or what this money to defend Jeffrey, he probably just kept all of it. But I'm taking this money, I'm giving it to the victims because it is the justice. Saul Goodman has more power in our current fucking rape-friendly system, anti-female system, fucking sexist system, right? Saul Goodman has more power in a fucking rape trial than the victims, the prosecutor, the public, or the fucking perpetrator. And that's also a really bad problem. So how do you fix that? You tell everybody. So you take your $10 million from the $1.1 billion settlement for Jeffrey. You get him off because you're a good lawyer and you're smart. You're smarter than everybody else in that room. You're a good lawyer. This isn't about him being bad. This is about you being a good lawyer, right? That's how a good criminal defense lawyer looks at it. And you get some fucking, you find some problem or some chain of evidence thing, or you get him off, and you're not sorry about this at all because he still has to pay you the $1.1 billion, right? Then you throw your thing, and you're just as ecstatic as Jeffrey, and he's like, why are you cheering? You seem crazier happy about this than me. And he's just like, man, I can't believe they let me off. And it's like, and of course the lawyer is cheering and stuff. And you go out and you're jumping like Elon Musk at the fucking rally, the fucking Nazi rally, right? You're like jumping around like Elon Musk at the rally. You're like, I did it. And all the victims' families are like staring at you. A couple of them are like reaching in their purse for a pistol and shit. And you're like, hi guys, you're mad at me. And the whole crowd goes, yeah, we're going to kill you. And it's like, oh no, I'm the best lawyer in the country and I'm going to prove it. And they're like, why are you like this? And the whole crowd goes, woo, boo, boo. And I'm like, hi ladies. I have $1,990,000,000 with your family's name on it. Step up to the fucking podium. Cloud Candy is going to hand you a $10 million check. If you were a victim in the Jeffrey Epstein case, we understand that the prosecutor doesn't care about you, only the prosecution. Jeffrey doesn't care about you. He wants to get off scot-free. I got him off scot-free, but it cost him his entire empire, and I'm going to give that to you so you can maybe hire an assassin to kill him. I can say that. It's probably illegal, but I mean, I don't care. I'm a fucking lawyer. I'll fight them in court about it. I'll be like, hi ladies, yeah, and also remember, I gave you a lot of money. You can probably buy an assassin to kill him. Just buy an assassin. You'll get more justice than the prosecutor was going to get you, or whatever. I will literally say stuff like that to them. I'll be like, take the $10 million. If you really don't like him and you're mad at me for getting him off, buy an assassin. You can get one for like $100,000. Just take $100,000 of that $10 million and buy the Crips that P. Diddy bought to go waste Christopher Wallace and Tupac Shakur and shit, and have them waste Jeffrey Epstein for you. That's probably what happened to Jeffrey Epstein, right? Is probably Donald Trump just paid some assassin to kill him in jail, because Trump is the one that stands to lose from those rumors the most. So Trump probably paid to have him killed in jail. I don't know why he wouldn't. That's the power play in that situation. What else can you do? Maybe have somebody else do it, I guess. That's even more of a power play. But really, you do need to kill Jeffrey in jail before he walks out free, or he just tells the story and your entire elite cabal of child rapists topples. Right? Which is what's going to happen anyways, because of fucking P. Diddy. Fucking P. Diddy. So, yeah, and the ladies are like, so we got our settlements, we got our money. And I'm like, yeah, you were never going to get money from Jeffrey. You were never going to get the right victim's fees from the Fed or the prosecutor. I don't like Jeffrey, and I don't have to protect him any longer. Hey, you guys want to kill him? He's standing right here. And he starts running, right? Jeffrey starts running, right? I'm like, hey, kill this guy right here. Kill him. Kill him right now. Ladies, I'll help you kill him. You want to help? Yeah, let's all tear him apart. Have a good old-fashioned tar and feather him. Let's tar and feather him. I'll be on the podium saying that to him, and he's going to be like, you fucking traitor. And I'd be like, nah, man. You raped all these women. You should get tarred and feathered, and fucking, and the justice should come. But I, as Better Call Saul, with the $1.1 billion that I charge you for your defense, I am the only winner here, and I will ensure that is the victims. And in this way, I will mollify the public. I will vilify the prosecutor. I will get the rapist gets off free, but I mean, with their money, they can just go kill him. They can hire assassins to go kill him, which is probably what he actually deserves for what he did. I don't think he deserves jail. I don't think he deserves the chair. That's too fast or too slow. I think he deserves to, be necktied by some Colombian gangster or something. And if they all each have $10 million for all 500 victims, they can probably get together and build a little organization and make that happen. And what prosecutor is going to want to prosecute that? the prosecutor can play a role in that too. The prosecutor can step up on the camera next to me, and he can make the solemn oath and grandstand like me, and he can make the solemn oath that he will never ever prosecute anybody who hurts Jeffrey Epstein. And Saul takes his power, and the prosecutor takes his power, and the prosecutor makes his promise right on stage like he does in court every day. And he's like, I promise to never, ever, 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 ever protect Jeffrey Epstein. And I promise to never, ever, ever prosecute anybody who hurts him. No jury in the land will prosecute anybody who attacks Jeffrey Epstein. That's the beautiful thing about the public. We have a stake in this. The public can freely attack Jeffrey Epstein if he was still alive. And no prosecutor, no jury in the fucking land will do anything. Somebody could easily Luigi Jeffrey Epstein long before he was kicked off in jail or whatever happened to him. And no jury in the land would have convicted him. And it's the same thing with P. Diddy. If someone were to shoot P. Diddy, no one ever talks about this, but this is a beautiful aspect of the law that we don't ever talk about because it's terrifying. But if the jury really doesn't like the perpetrator, the jury will not convict the murderer of the perpetrator. They'll view it as community justice, or he got what he deserved. And yeah, it's two wrongs make a right. But the jury can then essentially just completely commute the sentence of the murderer. And so, and all this crazy stuff can happen at the podium the day after Jeffrey Epstein is free. I take the $2 billion or whatever the settlement is. I pay out every last victim right there that day. I don't make them wait, and I make sure it's enough. I make sure that they're going to be okay. I'm like, okay, we're going to connect you with therapists. We're going to make sure that you actually get healed. I came here to destroy Jeffrey by protecting him, because honestly, Saul's the only one that can destroy him. The system wasn't able to do it. He killed himself, or at least that's the story that we have to roll with in the court evidence, is that he killed himself. But I mean, honestly, the prosecutor couldn't get Jeffrey. Somebody else got Jeffrey. So the prosecutor here was worthless. The public can't do anything. They can't do anything about this. The public can't do anything. The public could bomb the courthouse while he's in it. The public could mob the courthouse while he's in it. The public could tear him apart. I mean, the public could do something, but I don't want the sins of murdering Jeffrey Epstein on the public. I want a paid, willing assassin who takes great joy in ending Jeffrey Epstein's life to get that $100,000 on his head or whatever. I want a paid assassin from some cartel or something to get his assassin money, because sometimes assassinations of really bad men isn't that bad. I honestly think paying assassin in this situation would have been better than what the prosecutor managed to do. So why not pay the victims to go pay an assassin to actually end the Jeffrey problem or whatever? You would say it's ultimately evil to get him off for free. But I mean, what are the survival chances of a Jeffrey in the wild? Is it like 8 minutes? When he walks out of that prison, there's probably so many angry men around all these little girls that he raped that they'll all be standing there with baseball bats. I'm not kidding. All the fathers probably know each other, and they're probably drinking at the same bars now and stuff, and they're like probably standing there with baseball bats and shit. What's the actual survival rating of a Jeffrey Epstein in the wild? It's like 8 minutes. What's your chances of surviving the Congo if you're in a plane crash? It's like 8 minutes or something like that before some poison two-step viper bites you, or some cheetah discovers you're there and bites you, or some ape jumps you, or a snake bites you, or a tree falls on you, or you slip and fall down some crazy forest like hole and nobody ever finds you ever again. Like the survival estimation, the estimated survival time of a plane crash in the Congo is like 8 minutes. I think that's about the same for Jeffrey Epstein leaving jail. I think he'd probably survive about 8 minutes. Like, the men who want to get him are so angry at him that he is like the most hated. He was the most, and now it's P. Diddy, right? P. Diddy can't get out of jail either, and I take quite great solace in that. I'm sure fucking 50 Cent does too. P. Diddy can't really get out of jail because there will be men with baseball bats out there waiting for him, and they don't care about the charges they get for beating up P. Diddy, and no jury in the land will convict them either. And this is something that these piece of shit fucking mass rapists, piece of shit rich people don't think about. But if you're a really, really nasty P. Diddy, Jeffrey Epstein type, no jury in the land will convict your murderer. And this is God's justice in a way. So as I'm standing at the podium and I'm playing the role as Better Call Saul in this rape trial scenario, right? Where we're like getting Jeffrey up for free so that the assassins can finally kill him or whatever. And I'm taking the 1.1 bill and I'm handing it to the fucking victims and they're like stunned. I'm like, oh, are you not going to take the 10 million? The system wouldn't have paid you that much. You got what you came for. It's justice. He lost his empire. Spend $100,000 on a cartel assassin. I'm sure they'll send you emails offering it to you. Pay a cartel assassin. Jeffrey starts running. Jeffrey starts running from the podium. He's like, I thought you were my friend. I'm like, no, bitch. I was going to take your $2 bill whether I won or lost, and I'm going to give most of it to the victims. Because what the fuck does a defense lawyer need more than $100 million for, or even $10 million for? They don't. What are you going to do? Buy a private jet and run tort lawsuits like fucking, the tort lawyer, like John Grisham tort lawyer book or whatever? No, I'm not going to buy a fucking jet. I'm going to take my $10 million. I'm going to buy my mom a nice house in the hills like Notch or whatever, and I'm going to sit on the other $8 million. Right? I don't need like $2 billion like these greedy effets, these rich, straight fucking, I mean, they're not all straight, but like rich, straight, shitty fucking like rich man thieves, fucking thieves in the temple and shit. Rich man that can't fit through the eye of a camel needle or whatever. Like, hello. My whole Robin Hood, Better Call Saul, the defense lawyer should take his 10% cut and pay the other 90% to the victims as opposed to himself and actually solve this situation discussion. We're going to get off of this. But yeah, if the Better Call Sauls that defend the Jeffrey Epsteins and the Pete Diddy's of the world, if they were better people, we could get better justice. The actual fucking criminal defense part of this is actually a much more crucial role as like a white hat than we ever gave it credit for. The only person in these trials that have any power is the criminal defense lawyer, and they could wield that power to save the victims afterwards at not much cost to themselves. It probably would cost about $1 million to mount a 2-year defense for a fucking rich like douchebag like Jeffrey Epstein's, probably like $2 to $5 million or something like that to fund a good criminal defense team for like a year or two to fight a big high profile case like this. The other $1.1 billion could easily just be given to the victims, and you're still laughing your way to the fucking bank. Sure, you don't have $2 billion like Jeffrey, but you did actually end the situation and provide justice to the whole thing. Now, I'm sure there's all kinds of moral and ethical quandaries about a defense attorney giving the money that he charged a perpetrator to the victims. Let's go ask the AI. Is it legal for a U.S. defense attorney to give the money that... Fucking piece of ass shit cocksucker ass software developer. I hope you lose your fucking money, you shitheads. Every time you fucking waste my time like this, I call for the death of your empire. You piece of shit software developers. You can't wait till I'm done talking. Get a fucking clue. Don't go live with Google with a microphone that can't even let me get to the end of a sentence, you stupid piece of shit incompetent software developers. You don't deserve your jobs, and I want you out of the industry. Like P. Diddy, like Trump. I want these Dunning-Kruger pieces of shit that can't even manage a microphone on a Microsoft client to not be working in software. They obviously can't manage Google or balancing a microphone. Why would they be running Google? Get them out of here. They're incompetent. And AI isn't any better. Watch. So now, what am I asking? It's like, is it legal in the United States of America for a criminal defense attorney to give the money that he earns in a case, in a victory, to the victims of the case? Is that considered to be a conflict of interest, or is that something that is possible? It's not ethically complex to take Jeffrey Epstein's money and give it to the victims, even though the fucking prosecutor won't even do most of that. Like, the victims' fees are always reduced. It's never what you went through. It's always a little bit less than whatever the rape is. It's so annoying. We hear this out of them all the time. They're like, this settlement was a little bit less than what my life was worth. It's so shitty. So I don't want that fucking feeling, right? So I go and I take the whole $2 billion. I would slap some crazy number on it. I would get good enough where somebody like Jeffrey Epstein believes in my ability to get them off well enough. And honestly, I would just take the money that he paid me and I would stick it in a fucking bank account, and only pay my lawyer fees and only pay my rent and to keep the office building open that I use to conduct the business of winning the case. And then I donate the $1.9 billion to the fucking victim. And I watched Jeffrey flee the fucking, like, flee the scene as all the protection in the world is immediately removed from him. And then all the women that he raped are able to pay an assassin to end the problem. Which is the actual justice that our piece of shit incompetent fucking legal system can't seem to manage for our worst victims. And honestly, Better Call Saul has more power as a white hat than the prosecutor does if they just used it. But they don't. They just pocket that money, they buy jets, and they try to sell tort lawsuits on fucking on like phone commercials and stuff. And it's just like, nah, man, your greed as even the criminal defense attorney is monumental and is just as bad as the Jeffrey Epstein. So as I break Jeffrey out of jail, I give him the freedom he so crazily desires that he's willing to pay $2 billion for. I get my what he paid for. I get my check, and then I hold my press conference with him standing there, and I don't warn him what I'm going to do. And he's standing next to me, and I say, "Hi, ladies. I really feel that the system has failed you, and the fucking Jeffrey has failed you, and that I've failed you by getting him off, and the public has failed you, and your daughters were not protected, and it just seems wrong, right?" They all go, "Yeah, we're going to tear you apart." I go, "I would like to pay the $2 billion that I charged Jeffrey Epstein to win this case to you guys. I did this case pro bono. I didn't tell him. I'm going to keep the 10 mil that it cost me to win the case. You guys can have the other 2 billion or whatever. Step up to the podium. Here's a $10 million check." Jeffrey starts running, right? Jeffrey starts running because he realized that, no, I'm not going to protect him from them. Nobody's going to protect them from them. They can now afford, as I hand them checks, to hire assassins all over the world to chase him wherever he goes. And Jeffrey runs from the podium because he knows that all that piece of shit, deep state, fucking, what do you call it? Graft and corruption and child sex that he was doing. All that coverage that he got because he was keeping everybody's secrets is finally gone, and he runs at full speed from the podium as the women run to start to tear him apart as they realize that his money's gone. His lawyer can't protect him and isn't willing to. The prosecutor is standing next to me at the podium, and he is telling the ladies that he won't prosecute anybody who harms Jeffrey Epstein, and we get the justice by hook or crook. And it is vigilanteism, and it is morally not sound, but it's the only justice these victims are going to get besides like pissant payments from Jeffrey's estate. And no closure, and he got to suicide out of it or get murdered out of it. He didn't see any actual punishment in all this. And they're fighting this in their minds. They're like, man, I didn't get closure. This guy got free. What the fuck, right? I want to show him that he didn't. This is a separate timeline where Jeffrey Epstein wasn't murdered in jail by people like Donald Trump. But I mean, but we can live that little dream, can't we? And we can also apply this ethos. I want to send an email to 50 Cent with an idea. Why not reach out to the criminal lawyers defending P. Diddy, convince them to win or lose the case, and then just convince them to donate the money to all the victims. This will remove all the protection, all of it. And the victims are suddenly financially empowered to come find their justice from you. They can literally hire assassins and shit like that. And that is the only real closure these poor ladies are going to get. I say ladies because I'm sure there were some male victims here. I'm sure there was. There was a really bad incident with a male victim, actually. But I mean, most of these victims were ladies because it's almost always that most of these victims were ladies. It's unfortunate.
Females under the age of 18.
Though I'd like to answer that question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights, sir.
Also today, Democrats on the House Oversight Committee released a batch of around 70 photos reportedly found on Epstein's computer. And although none of them implicate Trump, some of them do offer a glimpse into the kind of stuff that still hasn't been released yet. So that includes things, for example, like a text exchange with an unidentified person who says, "I will send you girls now, and maybe someone will be good for Jay," as well as several images showing a woman's lower leg and foot on what looks like a bed with a copy of the novel Lolita in the background. Right on her foot is a handwritten quote from the book that reads, "She was low, plain low."
What the fuck is wrong with these pieces of shit? Disgusting. What is wrong with these rich people? I want them out of here. They've destroyed our country. They destroyed our businesses.
In the morning, standing 4 feet 10
raping little
and
girls
in one
and
side.
getting away with it. They're using criminal defense lawyers to block all the damage like it's some kind of fucking Thanos snap or some kind of Marvel thing about like I'm immune, I've got plot character fucking protection or whatever. And it's just like, I don't know. I don't want this anymore. Look at the weird, sick, foul shit that they do. They're like reading Lolita in prison and quoting it. What the fuck?
Also, there are photos of women's passports and ID cards from Ukraine, the Russian Federation, South Africa, Italy, the Czech Republic, and Lithuania. But also, reportedly, there are more than 95,000 more images that were turned over to the committee by Epstein's estate last week. So you can definitely expect to see more in the near future. Right, and all of that, it brings us back to the question of, well, what the hell is actually going to get released on Friday? Is it a bombshell? Is it a nothing burger? Is it a bombshell that was cleansed into being a nothing burger? Well, time will tell, and we'll see what the fallout from that is. Right, but then, next up, we've got to talk about Trump getting the green light from Congress to start bombing Venezuela after they failed to pass a war powers resolution bill that would preemptively stop it. You had House Dems making 2 pushes for a war powers resolution in response to Trump cryptically saying that strikes would start soon. And so the first resolution tried to remove the U.S. military from hostilities with any presidentially designated terrorist organization in the Western Hemisphere. That failed by 6 votes. And the second one was more specific to Venezuela and tried to stop the army from, quote, hostilities within or against Venezuela that have not been authorized by Congress. And that one failed by just 2 votes. And all of that is, the whole point of the War Powers Act from 1973 was to force the president into asking Congress for permission to start conducting strikes and using the armed forces abroad for more than a few days. So Trump, he hasn't done that so far with his boat strikes, arguing that since they don't put service members in danger, congressional approval isn't actually needed. And well, now the real concern is that Trump's going to just start blowing up land targets, which would...
Okay, so this picture is called Ill Bill. ILLBIL. See it? This picture is called Ill Bill. If you're one of the cultural elite and you have more than $1 million, you can buy this NFT. I will sell it to you in NFT form. It is a single image that has only ever been recreated on stream for about 20 minutes or half an hour or something like that. And it's mine, and I own this image, and it's my NFT, and I can make it an NFT if I want to. And if you want the Ill Bill NFT, you can buy it for $1 million to fund my private war against the government. It's going to sound like a grift, like I just want your money, but no, I'll spend every last cent of that hiring a lobby to protect gamers from the fucking government. I mean it too. If you want to protect gamers from the government, donate money. I really do. I will hire a lobby and have them beseech the government to make sure that shit like FIFA loot boxes and piece of shit developers who torture us with wind torture don't see as much money or as much happiness as they see, you know? And this is called Ill Bill, ILLBIL. It's an original Skycatlive piece of art. It is actually kind of beautiful. It's reminiscent of my father's work, and it is kind of beautiful. And there's a crazy Nazi Jeffrey Epstein face in here, and Better Call Saul played a part in this, and the prosecutor and the public and the victims, and and this NFT is worth $1 million because it is beautiful to me. It's like a beautiful little thing. I know it's a joke to you because I don't even have $1, much less $1 million, but I'm dead serious about my private war against the government. I want to hire a lobby to represent gamers because we've been fucked in the ass by these piece of shit P diddlers. They're P diddlers and they've been fucking gamers. Look at how bad the games have been recently. Fucking P diddlers. So we're going to call this Ill Bill. Ill Bill. It's going in my backups. Yep, save. Ill Bill.
Would, without a doubt, technically require congressional approval. But it's usually such a big deal that even President George W. Bush got congressional approval before his wars. Reality, though, is that unless Congress actually flexes its ability to stop the president, Trump can just run wild. He can do whatever. And, you know, over this past year, we've seen just how often congressional Republicans are willing to do that. And actually, if anything, when Congress was doing stuff, they gave Trump more resources to conduct this likely war. For the Senate, they overwhelmingly passed a $900 billion defense package, and Trump just needs to sign it. Just a quick refresher with that bill, it fulfills the bulk of Trump's national security agenda while also including other few things that Trump didn't want, like blocking him from removing troops in Europe. It also places pressure on Secretary of Defense Hegseth to actually release information about who ordered the so-called double tap boat strikes by cutting his travel budget by 20% until he does. So really, at worst, that's maybe a minor inconvenience for Hegseth, so I wouldn't hold my breath there. And then with this whole situation, as far as, you know, looking at Venezuela, over there, they're scrambling to prepare for an armed conflict. Though also with that, I'll say, really no one has doubts that in a conventional war, the U.S. would just crush Venezuela. It is almost no tanks, ships, it's Air Force or 40-year-old F-16s that haven't been upgraded in decades because of sanctions. And it's because of that you have Nicolas Maduro making some desperate pleas to countries like Colombia for help. Now, that very, very, very likely will not happen, but he tried to call back to a time when the two countries...
You really think that these tiny countries are going to unite with you against the United States of America? Laughable! Ha 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 ha! Fuck you, Maduro!
Countries were part of a massive super country in South America called Gran Colombia. Right, so most...
Look at these leaders and their weird fantasies. You really think that they're going to make a coalition of the willing to fight America? You really think they want beef with America? You're fucking dumb.
Experts feel that if a resistance is made by Venezuelans, it'll be in the form of guerrilla.
A country like 50 times all of their size combined. Oh, did you skip? You skipped again, you stupid piece of shit software developer.
But then, next up, we've got to talk about how Dan Bongino just announced that he's cleansed into being a nothing burger. Well, time will tell, and we'll see what the fallout from that is. But then, next up, we've got to talk about Trump getting the green light from Congress to start bombing Venezuela after they failed to pass a war powers resolution bill that would preemptively stop it. Are you at House Dems making 2 pushes for a war powers resolution in response to Trump cryptically saying that strikes would start soon? And so the first resolution tried to remove the U.S. military from hostilities with any presidentially designated terrorist organization in the Western Hemisphere. That failed by 6 votes. And the second one was more specific to Venezuela and trying to stop the army from, quote, hostilities within or against Venezuela that have not been authorized by Congress, and that one failed by just 2 votes. And all of that is, you know, the whole point of the War Powers Act from 1973 was to force the president into asking Congress for permission to start conducting strikes and using the armed forces abroad for more than a few days. So Trump, he hasn't done that so far with his boat strikes, arguing that since they don't put service members in danger, congressional approval isn't actually needed. And well, now the real concern is that Trump's gonna just start blowing up land targets, which would, without a doubt, technically require congressional approval. But it's usually such a big deal that even President George W. Bush got congressional approval before his wars. Reality, though, is that unless
I want to say something on a video I watched earlier today about Starfield. No, I wanted it in my Oh, good, I'm uploaded. Yay. Let's go hit my own video. Yeah, last night was good. New expansions coming to Starfield 2.0. Let's look at my watch history for Starfield. Oops. Hello? Uh-huh. I can do whatever you need. I'll do it tonight if you need. No, I don't care. I'll just do the logger on the way up. It's fine. No, we'll just need to take it slow. Okay, no problem. And then shall I drive you to Arvin's or? Okay, no problem. Sorry about that, guys. So in half an hour, I've got family dinner, so I will go do so. I will leave in half an hour or something like that. Got 600 hours in Starfield. Make this bigger. So I got 600 hours in Starfield. It is my favorite single player game of all time. And I have serious issue with the way gamers have received it as well. 76, both in my humble opinion. Hands down, but BGS's best work. I've grown to very mildly dislike my fellow gaming community because of this. Their negativity when they review games. Oops. came to say what I want from BGS. I'm entirely happy with Starfield except for 3 things. Hello? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, do you want me to unlock the locker in any event? Sorry, so that's the call, guys. I'm gonna go do some family stuff and I'll be back. I want to finish writing this comment. Hello? Oops. Hello? Why did my shift key go all crazy? What? Okay. Sorry, guys. I've got to go take care of my family, but I finished writing, which was the main thing. So I'm going to pause this video. There we go. Plug my headphones in. Had to go deal with family stuff, but I'm free now, which is good. And sorry about that.
Congress actually flexes its ability to stop the president, Trump can just run wild. He can do whatever. And, over this past year, we've seen just how often congressional Republicans are willing to do that. And actually, if anything, when Congress was doing stuff, they gave Trump more resources to conduct this likely war. For the Senate, they overwhelmingly passed a $900 billion defense package, and Trump just needs to sign it. Just a quick refresher with that bill, it fulfills the bulk of Trump's national security agenda while also including other few things that Trump didn't want, like
I thought we watched this.
Bongino just announced that he's leaving his job as deputy director of the FBI in January. With him writing, I want to thank President Trump, AG Bondi, and Director Patel for the opportunity to serve with purpose. And adding, most importantly, I want to thank you, my fellow Americans, for the privilege to serve you. God bless America and all those who defend her. And so we had Kash Patel and...
How long was this right-wing tool in power? Was it like 5 months before he was just ousted? Fucking idiot.
And Bondi thanking him for his work. Trump telling reporters, Dan did a great job. I think he wants to go back to his show. And his desire to go back to his show is part of why his departure isn't the most shocking. Bongino was never actually an obvious pick for such a powerful FBI role because he never worked for the FBI. Yes, he worked in law enforcement as a police officer and Secret Service agent, but he was really most known for being a pro-Trump podcaster. It's obviously the government job.
Turns out he's a podcaster. Why the fuck did you put him in charge at the FBI? And what clown problems do we have because of that now? Jesus Christ. So, there we go.
Very different from being a podcaster, and then you had multiple reports claiming that he complained about how hard the job was, that he was unhappy there, and threatened to leave multiple times. He even apparently considered resigning over the summer after the FBI and DOJ released that memo about the Epstein files that might as well have said, hey, nothing to see here, folks, just look the other way. And that, it really raised eyebrows because, before he was hired by Trump, he frequently discussed Epstein cover-ups on his podcast. And so the Epstein situation apparently led to a heated fight with AG Pam Bondi, with her eventually accusing him of planting negative stories in the press about her. Right? And there were other tensions too, where reportedly he and Patel have been sinking morale at the FBI over their choices to focus on immigration and to get rid of seasoned veterans at the agency. You also had a September lawsuit from former FBI officials expressing concern over Bongino's intense focus on increasing online engagement through his social media profiles in an effort to change his followers' perception of the FBI. Also, one former official said that he spent more time on creating content for his social media pages than on actual investigations. But really, I'd say that the biggest sign that Bongino might be on the way out was back in August, where you had Missouri Attorney General Andrew Bailey being appointed to serve alongside him as co-deputy director, which is an unusual move because it's usually just a one-person job. But yeah, the main thing is Bongino's out, or technically will be out very soon, and it is interesting to take this as a moment to look at this administration, right? Because Bongino leaving, it is news compared to when you look at the first Trump administration. I mean, people were getting fired left and right, people just in and out that door, whereas here and now in Trump 2.0, I mean, there have been scandals left and right, and seemingly no one's been getting kicked out, so this is more of kind of an outlier situation. But then, next up in the news today, what the hell was that? Right, that was the general reaction to Trump's primetime speech last night. It was so bizarre, desperate, and unnecessary that Matt Walsh and I agreed on something. Right, with even one of the president's most ardent supporters saying that was perhaps the most pointless primetime presidential address ever delivered in American history. And you've got many saying that speech was evidence that he's starting to really feel the slump in his approval ratings. Granted, it was one of his shorter ramblings, coming in at only 18 minutes, so I will say
yeah, it was like 20 minutes and nothing. And if you recall, I think I did publish it. There was like 45,000 people in the AP press video that I was watching, right? And all of them, I mean, all 45,000 of them were like just typing in caps. And I mean this, like 45,000 people, it blew my mind. I put it on the stream, I pointed it out. I was like, they really want to release the files. 45,000 people from the internet just being like, release the files, release the files. I think the internet itself is actually the most paranoid about the fucking files. They think the files are going to solve all this. I'm not sure about that because we already prosecuted him and nothing happened. We prosecuted him. We got him. He's got 34 felonies. That's not a joke in America. The day he leaves office, he's got 34 felonies. He's got to report to jail if things still work the way they're supposed to work. But I mean, who knows now? I mean, if he didn't go to jail then, why would he go to jail if we release the files and he's in them? He won't go to jail, so it's just, he won't report to jail. It's his jail. He won't report to it. What do we do about that? We can't. You know, we can't do anything about that. It's absolute power. It is we have a dictatorship running our country now. It's disgusting. How do we stop this? It's like I think they think that if the right wingers understand that he was a pederast finally, and it's confirmed by the scientists in the fucking court and all this stuff, and they find all this stuff about him, then what? So his approval rating tanks, but I mean, he's still got 34 felonies and didn't report to jail. Do we say, report to jail now, Trump? And he goes, oh no, I don't do that. You know what? I mean, like that's what he already did. He was like, oh, you busted me for 34 felonies. I'm going to laugh and walk out of the building. But when I got busted for, deferred adjudicated felony, they didn't let me walk out of the goddamn building, or anybody else in American history. But him, he walked right out of the goddamn building like it didn't happen. Like 34 felonies were just like a laugh, and we just forgot about it like it was a news item. And then we prosecuted his ass. We did solve this issue. If we just make him attend jail for the 34 felonies he has, it's a simple fucking question. No other American has ever not been forced to report to jail when they have a warrant. He's got a warrant. He's got 34 fucking felonies. Yeah, sure, they can't prosecute him or fuck him while he's president. I do understand that they want that to be a thing. But, I mean, he caught these felonies while he was in power. It's like he caught him while he was in power. This wasn't like he was out of power, was it? No, I don't know. Was he in power when he caught those 34 felonies? I don't remember. But now, it's like, so let's say he's suddenly implicated with Jeffrey Epstein, and he's like right in the fucking Rolodex, and they find the money that he spent on a girl. Okay, Trump, you've got another one. You got a child sex charge or whatever. Does he report to jail? No. And that's the real fucking issue. I don't care what he's done, honestly, at this point. I don't care what he's done until he reports to fucking jail. I don't care about what other charges you want to fucking level at him. I don't care until you hold up the constitutional right for a criminal to go to fucking jail when they've been fucking arrested and convicted of 34 fucking felonies. Then, yeah, it solves the issue. You can just say he's a child molester in the court of law of public opinion, and you try to destroy his fucking image more and more and more and more and more. But until he reports to jail, it doesn't matter how many crimes you convict him of. And that's the problem. The problem is not him. He laughed and walked out of the courtroom. He probably did. He probably laughed and walked out of the courtroom because he knows nobody in the land is going to fucking actually do something. He's like a spoiled little boy who's like setting the schoolyard on fire and pissing in the fucking sandbox and pooping like in the front hall. And he's totally like completely uncontrolled. And we busted him, and we're like, your cookie was on the cookie jar. And we found the broken cookie jar, and all the cookies were gone. And, 34 cookies were gone. And now you need to go to prison for stealing the 34 cookies from the fucking cookie jar. And they're 34 felonies, and that's a long time for anybody. It's like hundreds of years. It's hundreds of years. It's 500 or 600 years in jail. So yeah, and they won't make him report to jail. So I don't care if they release the files. It's not going to make him do anything. He won't report to jail. What the fuck will we do? He won't report to jail. He won't. Why would he report to jail? He didn't do it when we busted him the first time. So like now, I don't care. I don't care. They say release the files. Like that's going to change something. The only thing I could see happening from release the files is they release the files, maybe they don't doctor it or lie or spin it or whatever the fuck they're gonna do, and we finally get the truth, but I doubt it. And it's just like fucking JFK or something like that, and we're never gonna finally get the truth from them. That's not who these people are. So now they're politicians, they always lie. It's so you can count on it, so what do? I'm just dreaming up ways to actually do something about this. If he won't report to fucking jail and he shows up in Jeffrey's Rolodex and they find that he spent money on a little girl. I don't know. Do they bust him? Do they show up with cuffs at the Oval Office? I think that's the real problem here. We just aren't willing to make anybody in power go to jail. We're just not willing to do it. If they do, and they sleep with 500 little girls, we don't even make them go to the prison. We put them in minimum security, and we bring them pizza and phone calls and probably more hookers, frankly. It's fucking weird. If you have money in this country, you have no obligation to do anything at all. That we can't make him do anything. What can we do? Like, if we go and try and tell the police to arrest him, they will be like, no, show us cause, and we'll be like, do it or we'll fucking kill you, because that's like where it ends. At that point, we're like, do it or kill you. Do it or we'll kill you, basically, because it's... You know, to watch. Yeah, shut up, you. Shut up. Yeah, like, so if he won't report to jail, I don't want to talk anymore about all the stuff he's done. I don't think it's constructive. They made P. Diddy go to fucking jail, and I think that's because he's black. Otherwise, he'd be free like Trump or Elon. Honestly, I think I'm starting to think now that the P. Diddy thing is a rape thing. Yeah, it's terrible, but it's also a racist thing. It's like they wanted to crucify a black man or something. Because anybody else who acts like P. Diddy does not go. I guess Jeffrey Epstein did. Jeffrey Epstein went to jail. He did. I suppose it is the example. But it's like, yeah, I guess the white P. Diddy, Jeffrey Epstein, he did go to jail. So it's like, if we put that other billionaire in fucking jail, why can't we put this billionaire in fucking jail? Like, like right now, today, he's showing up in the fucking files. Like today on the fucking primetime newsreel, he's showing up in the Epstein files. There's only one reason that would happen. He was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein. It's everybody's worst nightmare. It's the right wing's worst nightmare. That, yeah, their biggest hero or whatever is Jeffrey Epstein's best friend, but they got it. He was writing them poems. Look, okay. I wrote a poem to my best friend once because I hadn't paid rent in 4 months, and I was like, here's my friend blah blah. He's a good friend blah blah. And I wrote him a really nice poem because it was the only thing I fucking had. I gave him a poem. Most people don't fucking do that, right? Like, I gave him a poem, I admit it. I gave a friend of mine, a dude, a poem because I was just like, I don't have any money, friend. I'm terribly sorry. It's your birthday. I don't have anything. I can't give you anything. I owe you rent. I'm poor. I'm a drug addict. So just here's a poem. It's what I normally do for people when I'm completely destitute and I got to give them something, but I don't know what to do. And he was like, I understand. And he actually framed that poem and put it on his wall. And it's just a poem prattling on about how cool he is. It's like 15 lines of just, this is my friend blah blah. He helps everybody that I know. He has so many people living in his house because he helps everybody that he knows, everybody that I know, because he is one of the greatest people I've ever met. He's the kindest person I've met in a long, long time. He doesn't yell at me about rent. He doesn't, it's whatever. He's just like, and I'm very conscious of it. And this is my friend blah blah. He's an awesome blah blah. So, and I left a poem like that. And I wrote a poem to a friend. This guy wrote a weird vagina poem about their dark secret and made a vagina picture out of it, which I'm fairly sure he was talking about a little girl and their dark secret or whatever it was. Like, I think of it as a dark secret because it is. But what did he say? It was like the endless secret or something. It was like some weird child molester's code for child sex. It was disgusting. And that was Donald Trump. So yeah, I don't know. Can we convict him of what he did 20 years ago? Will that be a 5-year court battle? Will he report to the courtroom? He didn't do that before. It's like a little boy that's spoiled with all of the family's money or whatever, as somebody's told him that Willy Wonka has given him a golden ticket. And so now we have to like put up with him being entirely lawless, pooping in the hallway, scaring the kids in the neighborhood, burning things. It's like a sociopath little boy with absolutely no rules. And if we try to make him go to fucking like, what do they call that for little children? It's like, okay, you got to go to quiet time now or whatever. Or you got to go, you're going to timeout, right? You're going to timeout. And he laughs and he's like, and then we tell him, you've got to go to timeout 34 times. And he's like, oh, no, I'm not going anywhere. And because he's the little prince of the household and everybody fucking spoils him and does whatever he wants, Like, he can just walk in and out of fucking jail, and this is problematic for the little girls that he fucking rapes. It's problematic, you understand? If he doesn't report to fucking jail for rape, then why would we fucking prosecute him for anything? If you prosecute him, what's the point of prosecuting him if he won't report to jail because he's got the highest office in the fucking land? It is the goddamn corruption has completely destroyed him, and it's destroying us if we don't actually do something about it. I don't know what it is. I think I've got to get but we've got to get him to come to the water willingly. We've got to get this horse to drink. He's got to like doff that crown and admit that he's a diaper don and he's in over his head. Nobody likes him. He wants to start wars. We'll tear him apart if he tries. It's not like, you know, it's not like, you know, it's not like that thing last night was him bragging for 20 minutes, but he didn't say anything of import whatsoever. Who the fuck just calls a presidential address to fucking brag? Only children act like that. Senile children. And I don't know what to do. I don't know how to get rid of him. It's Trump derangement syndrome. I have it. I'm fucking proud of it. It's Trump derangement syndrome. I'm fucking proud of it. I keep thinking of how do I make this motherfucker attend jail like everyone else who's ever committed a crime in America. Why is he fucking special? Have we ever not made presidents go to jail? I don't know. Why was that a rule? If a president rapes somebody, which is what he did. If a president, I mean, he didn't do it while he was in office, I don't think, but I don't know. They kept talking about those beauty pageants and stuff, maybe. We don't know. Did he do it while he was in office? He should go to jail. If he didn't do it while he was in office, then he's got to deal with it the day he gets out of fucking office. And that's okay. But it's also sort of like, how long do we let a rapist criminal run fucking amok with our greatest enemies, totally kibitzing and terrifying the shit out of us and them, endlessly, just completely without any rules or any kind of, like, just complete reckless abandon, no control whatsoever fucking ever. Like, I always understood that this is sort of what it's like when someone around you just acts like an outlaw. I used to do it, but I wasn't combative like him. I just disappear by myself or whatever, or go do drugs or something. He's combative. He shows up to a big fucking party, pisses everybody the fuck off, and then declares some retarded target that isn't actually the target, like Venezuela. It's fucking crazy. It's weird. We have all these other crazy world powers that are bullying other fucking people that would be a way more logical target than fucking fentanyl boats in idiot ass. I'm sorry, not idiot ass. So the country itself's fine. Venezuela is not any. It's like, but idiot ass thinks that Venezuela is running fentanyl boats. And I know he wanted to start a war yesterday. When he saw 45,000 people in the AP chat, they probably showed him on a big screen, and he was reading the chat and he sees release the files from 45,000 people. He didn't say a fucking word about a war. He choked in real time, I think. And he didn't choke because he was just bragging. He was bragging. I don't think there was ever a choke. I think he intended to get on for 20 minutes and just brag to show us that he could, which is fucking crazy. What the fuck are you bragging about? Poverty? Boats crashing into bridges, Paradise and fucking Lahaina burning, fucking COVID on your watch, a new war, you're proposing a new war with fucking Venezuela, your friends are not your friends anymore, none of the world powers think you have any fucking riz at all and won't work with you or do anything, and it wouldn't matter, you tariff them all 100% anyways, which is the most self-destructive thing that America has ever fucking done beyond the Vietnam War. Which is whatever. I'm done ranting. It's obvious I do have like Trump derangement syndrome. Is fucking stupid. It's mainly about like it. Like, I went to jail when they summoned me. Every other American does too. Why doesn't he? Because he's running the country into the ground in the highest office? I don't know why I want that rule. I don't want that rule anymore. Can't we call for like an emergency fucking thing? It's like the No Homers Club thing. He's turned into like the No Homers Club thing and the Stonecutters or whatever. Nobody likes him anymore. Nobody wants him there because he's turned into a shitty petty tyrant or whatever. So they're like, join the ancient club of no Homers, and the only rule is no Trumps. You know, the only rule is no Trumps, right? So maybe I don't want to fucking throw him in jail. It's kind of like the Stonecutters episode. Maybe I just don't want to be in his club anymore or follow him. You know, maybe maybe we make a new club called No Trump. You know, because it's like fucking like I don't think he's going to report to jail. You could level 1,000 P Diddy fucking, you know, Jeffrey Epstein fucking accusations at this guy. You could level like 1,000. He's not going to report to jail. And when he's running in the highest office in the land, would you? You'd be like, no, they're just trying to destroy me or whatever. I'm off on my fascist crusade. I'm not going to let them stop me. Ballrooms for everyone. You know, and you know, and it reminds me of like, you know, it reminds me of the weirdness of fucking J. Edgar Hoover. You know, it's weird. It reminds me of the weirdness of J. Edgar Hoover. It's a complete tyrant and totally insane. And like, and I can't do it. I can't stand by and watch him jade everything that we know and love. The industries are dying. The tariffs are terrible. We had 2 No Kings protests this year where we're like, get the fuck out of here with your fucking ICE and your king stuff. They are black bagging, abducting people with our own Gestapo. It's like fucking insane. ICE is the American Gestapo and they're black bagging people who aren't even fucking immigrants. And it sounds like Nazi Germany because it basically is. It's like Nazi America now. How did that happen? We were their staunchest fucking adversary. Now we're like their greatest students and it's not fucking good. Fuck this asshole. I'll fight him myself. I don't care if it's seditious, motherfucker. You've been running the fucking country into the goddamn ground. Your approval rating reflects it. Every single YouTube fucking video is about how bad you are. It's so goddamn dumb. TikTok's full of it. Everybody's full of it. They're like full of your name. Your name just comes up every 5 minutes because you've ruined fucking everything. I want you out of here now. This is not how presidents are supposed to be. We're supposed to be proud and happy. Or at the very least, quiet. I was like quiet while Joe Biden was in power. I didn't say a fucking word. Because I'm just like, is he perfect? No. Do I like him? No. Is he helping us? No. But at least he isn't actively starting wars with fucking Venezuela while he rapes children. Or whatever. Or whatever it is he does. I don't know. Or he's senile now. And he fell asleep at the switch, so now I hate him. And so did Trump. Trump's like asleep at the switch, except for when he declares war. Come on, man. Anyways. So they leaked Starfield 2.0, which I don't think is very fair to Bethesda, but whatever. Console survival is back. I disagree with you. I don't think so, and I don't want to play that game ever again. 50 Cent hates his son. The most talked about celebrity scandal of all time. Even more Epstein photos got leaked. Let's watch this on. Oh no, I'm in the middle of the Philip DeFranco oops. So, hold on.
He was like saying the same stuff, but just louder and faster. It was like his brain realized like this is so boring and the same stuff that it selected the 1.5x setting like a YouTube video. And while you had many tuning in because there had been murmurings, you had Tucker Carlson out there saying that there is a chance he's going to be announcing that we're at war at Venezuela. He really like just did the same speech he's been giving for a year. He opened by talking about how horrible, no good, awful, and terrible things were under the Biden administration, saying, you know, before him, America was riddled with corruption. The woke were indoctrinating.
Because of COVID? Yeah, did you forget COVID happened? You bungled it. You told us to fucking shoot up bleach, remember? I mean, you didn't totally bungle it because you like Nancy Pelosi pulled you over in the Democratic stage and bent you over like everybody the fuck else. It forced you to do pandemic unemployment assistance. And I know because I benefited from it. And so now I secretly love you because you're the only fucking American like governmental entity or whatever that's ever actually helped me beyond food stamps. Most of the time they just try and throw me in fucking jail on false allegations, you know? I don't secretly love him. I'm saying he bought my love. It's not, I don't love him. I loved that the administration helped me and I don't forget it. Yes, he was in power, but that was because Nancy Pelosi bent him over, forced him, and they executive actioned his ass and forced his ass to fucking help us. He was going to let us die to COVID. He thought it was funny. Remember, he told us to shoot up bleach, and it's all a hoax. Goddamn jackass.
Children, there was so much war, and of course, illegal aliens are ruining everything. But adding now,
we're the hottest country anywhere in the world.
I mean, that's true.
And that's said by every single leader that I've spoken to.
They don't like us.
Over the last...
The Middle East hates us. China doesn't like us. Putin, I think, actually likes us and bends you over just to play you like a puppet. I don't think he dislikes us at all, honestly. That's some weird right-wing fucking fascist like myth that Putin actively dislikes the U.S. I actually don't really think that's true. He constantly shows up and talks to us whenever we ask him to. He doesn't make war with us. He makes war with Ukraine, and we don't fuck with him on Ukraine, and he doesn't fuck with us, and it's never the two shall meet. And this is because he bends you over in the fucking world stage all the time and laughs at you and dances you around like a puppet, Trump. It's hilarious. They all do that. Anybody with real power in the world stage completely dances this puppet around like Pete Diddy. It's hilarious. Anybody with real power just completely clowns him like 50 Cent. It's hilarious. So where I'm going with this is remember, Russia doesn't dislike us, but that's the fucking myth that you lied and told the American public. You know, China, I think, does dislike us. We constantly fuck with them. You tariff them. I think they're not, I think they love us, but I think they dislike us. And I wouldn't really blame them. You've treated them like garbage. And we owe them debt. We should not have treated them like that. You don't go to the guy who's your loan shark and fucking talk shit about him on Twitter. You don't do that. You don't do that. You don't go to your loan shark that you owe $1 trillion to and then write shit about him on Twitter. That's what losers do who get their asses kicked in front of the cool girl at high school. That's the shit that little wannabe fucking pissant losers do. You don't go fucking dissing people on the world stage on fucking Twitter like Mexico or Canada or fucking all the people that you took shots at, you fucking shithead. And so now you just brag and brag and brag about how good you think stuff is as we die of poverty on the fucking streets. And I don't know, man. We'll see.
5 months.
He then at one point claimed,
how close are you to going to jail for pedophilia?
that there
I
have
can't
been
believe I'm saying this, but it's not like I'm kidding. It's not like I'm kidding. How close are you to going to jail for pedophilia, Trump? That seems to be the CNN headlines or whatever. And I don't know, not CNN, but it's like the AP headlines. They keep talking about you keep showing up in the files and more dirty things keep coming out. And I'm like, I don't know, man. It seems like this slow trickle of information. It must be designed or something. But when the real thing boils the blood of the American public, what happens? Civil war when you won't go to jail? Or what, you know?
0 illegal immigrants.
Where does this go? Because it's like, if you won't go to jail when you commit crimes, I don't care if you're in the highest office in the land. There's a point where the public will lose its patience with you, you fucking idiot. Now, especially if you talk about war.
Entering the country in the last 7 months. Maybe one of the biggest themes of his speech was on the economy, right? The cost of things like gas, housing, and health insurance. And while he once again seemed to be kind of hitting on the notes that affordability being a problem right now, that's a hoax, right? That things are actually great despite how you feel.
Have you been to a grocery store? We say this every single fucking day. I just went to a fucking grocery store. Have you looked at the fucking prices?
A place that he kind of lingered on.
I had to buy a painter mask today, or that was yesterday, I think. I had to buy a painter mask, the kind of thing you wear when you're sanding, so the dust doesn't get in your lungs. That shit was normally, I'd say, probably maybe $4-7 max. 17 motherfucking 50 at Ace Hardware. You think that's normal? And it's not like, and they're all the masks were like that. Every mask that they had was like 17 going up to $70. You think that's normal?
It was healthcare,
which is a fucking mask that's got a little piece of rubber on it, and you're charging $17. I don't know, man. Like, I looked around that store and I was like, oh my God, it's like they're fucking the poor people to death right in the aisles.
Been a big focus since the government shutdown. We're promising that he's taking on the giant health insurance companies to lower costs, which again...
Yeah, right. You said that 8 years ago. You didn't do shit. You didn't do shit when Luigi shot him. You don't do shit about that.
Because I think this dude just doesn't understand how numbers work. He said, he's been working directly with pharmaceutical companies to lower drug prices by 400, 500, 600%, which again, just is not how numbers work unless you're saying that the pharmaceutical companies are paying you to take their drugs. Also, regarding other numbers, he said that in much of the country, gas was less than $2.50 a gallon and even below $2 in some states, which I will say, it's always interesting, like when he says something that can also then be easily disproven by his own government. But according to the Energy Information Administration, the national average for gas prices for the week ending in December 15th was $2.90. And in fact, according to AAA, there were only 4 states where gas was below $2.50 on average, with Oklahoma being the lowest at $2.34, and there being no states where the average is less than $2 a gallon. Also, regarding inflation, Trump claimed that he inherited the worst inflation crisis in nearly 50 years, or even the history of this country, which again, really isn't true.
That was because Baby Bush, and it's not true, first of all, but I mean, like, but if it was true, it's because we went to Afghanistan for 23 years because Republicans declare war on people who have oil all the time. I can boil it down to a single sentence. You declare war on people who have oil all the time. All the time. Vietnam, fucking Kosovo, fucking Iraq, Afghanistan. Now you're talking about Venezuela. We all know what your fucking game is.
Inflation did hit a 4-decade high of 9.1% in June of 2022, but it had already declined to 3% by the time that Trump took office. So even with that inflation, which of course was connected to everything that happened with COVID, you had experts noting that inflation reached higher points in the 1910s, the 70s, and the 80s. Though I will say, as far as Trump and numbers and it being positive for some, you had Trump saying that he's going to send a check of $1,776 to over 1 million members of the military before Christmas, or with him calling this a warrior dividend and saying that it was made possible by his tariffs. Though today you actually had multiple reports claiming that they're actually coming from funds Congress already approved under the so-called Big Beautiful Bill to cover housing for troops. But again, aside from that and all the lies and the misdirection and all the stuff that we're all kind of used to, you had many people, even a number of conservatives, noting that his tone, his demeanor of the speech, it was less confident than usual. Right? Some saying that rather than updating the American public about what he's doing, it sounded more like he was scolding us for not appreciating him enough. And so, for example, you had Owen Schroyer, a right-wing podcaster, saying,
he seemed to be speed reading. The charisma was gone. The aura was gone. The swagger was gone.
Riz is gone because he's a child molester. You fucking idiot. Why are you even paying attention to him anymore? I know why I am. Because he keeps firing shots and triggering the libs, and I'm like the core of the lib, basically. So I know why I'm triggered. Why are you? Like, you're weird. You shouldn't be paying attention to him at all. You should be trying to grift.
Message was stale.
This seems like a grift.
There was nothing new.
Meanwhile, you had The Guardian comparing him to Scrooge and calling
You're a right-wing podcaster ripping into Trump? Seems weird.
this the bah humbug speech. And the general consensus was that he seems to be starting to feel the sting of his falling approval ratings. Right, the latest polling shows that only 36% of Americans approve of how Trump's handling the economy. And all of this while, according
fucking reptards, they're such fucking weird people. Like, they remind me of the Skeksis. The Skeksis were a clear Jim Henson depiction of the Republican fucking party, how they act, what they think is cool, what they respect, how they do people, what they do, who they follow. The Skeksis. That's who these fucking people are. They're the Skeksis. If you've never seen Dark Crystal, I'm fucking done with these fucking Skeksis.
to some reports, Donald Trump...
Skeksis, you know what they look like, right? They're these giant, crazy, Rockwell-looking fucking birds, from World of Warcraft and shit. Fucking Skeksis, they're terrifying, basically. They have these, crazy hook beaks because they're all, these snotty, blue blood, shithead fucking right-wingers. And they, constantly enslave other races and try to use them to suck their fucking blood dry. Fucking Skeksis, Fucking Skeksis. It was Jim Henson. Literally Jim Henson depicting fucking Nixon. Fucking Nixon and Haldeman or whatever, all those guys, Haldeman or whatever, all those fucking guys in the fucking Watergate and shit. The Skeksis were a frank depiction of the Republican Party in the Nixon Watergate era. I just never made the connection, but I mean, yeah, every single time I think of a Republican, this is what fucking pops. They are the Empire in Star Wars. If you don't know it, you're a fucking idiot. And I will not follow Skeksis. I will not fucking do that. They're not honorable people. They constantly rape children. They lie in the world stage all the time. They let other people bend them over because they're very, very weak when it really comes deep down to deep down inside, they're very, very weak people. And they get powerful people bend them over with a single fucking word. For instance, I'm fairly sure Putin can bend over Trump 6 ways from Sunday by just saying the word no to anything he says. For instance, Trump could be like, Putin, I'd like to talk to you. And Putin could be like, no. And because Putin has Trump bent over in the world stage, and it is 10 times as powerful as Trump is as a person, the little Skeksis deep down inside Trump comes rearing its ugly head out, right? And Trump goes fuming and stomping off because nobody, literally nobody, nobody does what Trump tells them to do. If he puts tariffs on them, they just don't do business with us. Nobody fucking does what Trump tries to tell them to do. Nobody does. It's so weird. And also, he's just like P. Diddy. He constantly stops paying people. It's fucking dumb.
Might not have even wanted to do the speech last night. With now reports noting that a journalist in the room said that right after the speech, Trump said Susie Wiles told him he had to give an address to the nation, which, sounds more like a school kid who's angry he's not getting to play some Xbox and instead is having to do a school project. But hey, for now with this, I'd love to know your thoughts and reactions, whether you agree or disagree with the takes that you've been seeing.
Are you saying that Susie Wiles bosses him around?
Especially if you're one of the people
Trump is Susie's bitch. This is my takeaway. Here we go. We're going to type it. Trump is Susie's bitch.
who, like myself, were essentially clickbaited into watching this guy speak last night. But then finally,
I was clickbaited by right-wing idiots, and I'm not going to do it again.
As we wind things down today, I want to end on a congratulations and one.
I'm done with this video. Goodbye. Or is there any more? No. Okay. Paramount's hostile acquisition phase plans. From Legal. That's actually a good video. Yeah, we'll definitely watch that. 10 celebrities who tried to warn us about Diddy from a year ago. Gamers Nexus is talking about RAM. What the Soviets found on Venus. Why Eminem never feared Diddy. Drake versus Kendrick. 50 goes #1 on Netflix with Diddy Doc. 30 shocking celebrity cheating scandals. They escaped a 17-story prison using dental floss. Dental floss is good stuff. I could do that. I was in the Black Eyed Peas, then I quit. Almost Famous from the New York Times Opinion by OpDocs. That one looks good. We'll probably watch it even though it's old. 50 Cent versus Kanye West. Oh no. Let's look at that. That's Conan O'Brien, but can I watch that? I mean, I don't care. If they don't want me, they'll just tell me. If they don't want me to, they'll take it out. We're just gonna watch it. It's on YouTube. Are you gonna fucking block your own shit? You're stupid. Do not DMCA me for what I can find on YouTube. That's ridiculous. Do not DMCA me on YouTube for stuff that you put on YouTube. That is ridiculous. That is like punishing me for picking up a nickel on the side of the road or something. It's so punitive and dumb.
Thanks for being here. Good to have you.
Man, thanks for having me.
Yeah. Now
he's got a good smile, but he's nervous because all these white people and they all want something from him.
You're Curtis Jackson.
The story. They want the story from him.
When you're
this would make me nervous. All these rich white people, they would make me so nervous. I'd be like, well, okay, so what do you want from me? As I would tell Conan, I'd be like, okay, so what do you want from me? You know?
Acting.
Yeah.
When you're
they'd be like, why won't you follow the script? And I'm like, I don't do scripts. They like, motherfucker, you didn't read the script?
Your 50 Cent.
Absolutely. I don't want them to, get confused with the actual content.
Right.
As a writer, I gotta write something.
Maybe this man has said some really intelligent stuff. I mean, that I've seen the last couple of days. Maybe I'm just idolizing him because he's trying to slay all the demons that completely suppressed America. But I like this man. I think he's actually very smart.
Something specifically.
You can tell from the way he walks that he at least has etiquette and is a decent human being with manners and etiquette and such.
That they'll directly ID with, because I write the harsh
the hand movements, the engagement and stuff. You can tell that he's a real human being. That's something these other lizards are not like. P. Diddy was not like that.
Right. 50 Cent.
I get scared that I will be honest about this. I think this entire thing is 50 Cent trying to get out in front of the fact that he himself is probably like at the freak offs. Because why wouldn't he be? He was with all those other rappers that were at the freak-offs. So the craziest thing about this is I wonder if he's just trying to out everybody else first and then take credit for doing it. So then when he himself is found in the tapes and goes to jail or whatever, he at least has like documentary money to pay the lawyer. I don't know, but I'm scared that he himself is in the tapes. I'm sure he himself wants to assure me that he's not. But I mean, usually, I don't know. I examine people's motives, and I wonder what his motive is, because I guess he really just didn't like P. Diddy, and I don't like P. Diddy either. It's hard to describe, but I really don't like what P. Diddy did to the industry, but I wonder if that's what his actual motive is. It's such a weird, interesting thing, this case, because it's like, it plays out like way better than LA fucking noir or whatever. It's such an LA noir case. There's like all these criminals. They're all related to each other. The guy who's outing them ran with all of them. So, I mean, I'm sorry, but a good prosecutor would look at that. I wonder, yeah, Diddy, you got out, or not Diddy, but Diddy or Fitty. Even his name sounds like Diddy. His name sounds like Diddy, and it's weird because I don't believe in coincidences. So now I'm nervous that I've been manipulated by maybe the worst one in the pack or something. Maybe he's the worst one in the pack, and they can't turn state's evidence on him because they know he'll just full-blown hire assassins to kill them or whatever. And I wonder if this guy is actually the worst one in the whole lot, and he actually just narked them all out, which is, pirates do this sort of stuff. Pirates, people who live like outlaw lives and stuff, they will toss all the other dogs to fucking to the four winds. They don't care. They don't care. They will stab their homies in the back. So I wonder if maybe if he can, okay, so this documentary, one of the things that I was conscious about it was very, very intentional, and there was stuff that was left out, and that reason is probably because of the way he wants to time the narrative. And it seems like that stuff that P. Diddy was saying about mastering the narrative, I think either he's actually mastering the narrative and he's just an honest guy that wants to destroy all these people, or he himself was at the freak-offs and he has edited out any proof of that, and if they accuse him, he'll just waste them, and they know that. And he thinks this is all funny, maybe because he knows that they know that he's the only real one here, and he's probably sent emails to him being like, "Yo, if you ever say anything about me at all, I'll just fucking kill you," right? And they can't do anything about that because the lawyer can just deny it. No, some troll got a hold of his account or something, right? But no, they know it's P. Diddy talking straight to fucking P. Diddy. Like, if you ever make accusations or tell them, I'll fucking kill you. And P. Diddy's a pussy. He probably reads the email and he's like, man, Fitty probably would kill me, right? So he's like, oh man, and Fitty knows all these Crips and Bloods and shit and just crazy shit, and he has the money to hire an assassin, and he's not afraid of any of them. So but I'm sorry, all of that seems so convenient. It seems like a Batman has arrived to fight all these Batman villains, you know? But I don't know if I believe that narrative, because he was hanging out with the Batman villains before he outed them. And so I don't know if I believe his narrative. As crazy as it is, I believe his narrative because there's so much video to fucking back up what he's saying. But I do believe it is doctored. I believe it is spun. I believe I'm being wagged, like the dog is wagging the tail, or the tail is wagging the dog, excuse me. I think he's the tail wagging the dog, and he's got us all feeding from his fucking like a hook in our mouths. He's got us hooked, and he's like time releasing the dope in our bloodstreams as to how many of these people are shithead criminals and how many of the broken people are going to get their fucking justice finally. And it is addictive. I'm like, oh man, is he going to get justice for all these rape victims? It's like the best thing I've ever seen out of the real world. It's way, way better than any Hollywood movie could ever be, because you got to remember, there's like 500 to 1,000 victims between Jeffrey Epstein and P. Diddy. If he brings justice to all of them, it'll be like one of the greatest tales ever told in mankind's history. Fucking 50 Cent. But you gotta kind of wonder, he was hanging out with all of these people for years and years and years. Is he one of them? It seems like, you know, if he gets out in front of it, it plays it like a real G, because everything he's done is the way I would have played it. But I wonder, you know, were you at the freak-offs? You know, were you at the freak-offs, Diddy? I remember you partying quite a lot. Were you at the freak offs? You know, and that's kind of weird. Was 50 Cent at the freak offs? Let's ask the AI. Was 50 Cent at any freak offs? You know, was 50 Cent at any freak offs? It's the burning question on everybody's mind, because then if he's controlling the narrative to just completely edit out any fucking footage or any, like, he bought all the videos, right? Remember, he bought all the fucking videos completely up off the market, anything having to do with this. He just bought them all and they were honored to sell it to him, right? Because they're not thinking about how he can just take them and edit himself out of them. And they're not thinking about this. Now Diddy, I think, is actually afraid of 50. I can't believe I'm saying that. Diddy's afraid of 50. Diddy's afraid of 50. Diddy's afraid of 50. Diddy's afraid of 50. And I think he's actually afraid of him. Like if he doesn't kill him in jail, he's gonna get him if he ever gets out and stuff. I think on the street, 50 may have put a hit out on Diddy, and that's like what the gangsters aren't telling us and shit. But maybe on the street, we don't know what's going on the street, but 50 might have put a price on his head, which is fucking crazy, and I don't think they can stop him from doing that if he does it the right way. He just goes and brings $50K to some lawyer, and then he leaves instructions, and there's no way to tie that back to him. No way. It's not like he's gonna go shoot P. Diddy himself or whatever, or keck him in jail or whatever. It's he just pays somebody else to do it, right? And he has repeatedly stated, which is something the liars do, he's repeatedly stated that he has never attended Sean Diddy Combs freak-offs or similar parties. He consistently maintains that he avoided these events because he felt that they had an uncomfortable energy. Instead of participating, 50 Cent has been one of the Diddy's most vocal critics and has taken several actions to distance himself. But honestly, I wonder if this is about getting ahead of the narrative, just like 50 Cent. Or so just like P. Diddy, and just like editing himself out of the videos. This stupid ass P. Diddy he knew P. Diddy was weak. He knew it when he met him. He probably knew from the handshake. He was like, P. Diddy is the dumbest rapper in all of hip hop, but for some reason they gave him the most money, and he knew it immediately. Probably when he shook P. Diddy's hand, he's like, wait, this guy's not a real one. What the fuck is that? He's the most successful rapper on the East Coast, and he's not a real one. He probably had a soft hand grip or something. He probably soft like gay handshaked him or something, and he's like, and then he's like, let me take you shopping and stuff. And 50 Cent is like, okay. And he probably did let him take him shopping. It's crazy. And then they do a freak off, maybe one freak off, right? When 50 Cent realizes what it is, maybe he engages in it, maybe he doesn't. But I'm guessing there was at least one. It's weird because these industry tools, they're like pretty much required to hang out with each other by their record labels. I'm not kidding. They're like required by contract sometimes to go do mandatory meetings with other artists and shit like this. It's that crazy. That's the kind of lives these people live. Especially, we also know 50 Cent did do music with P. Diddy. So this whole thing about 50 Cent isn't part of this, I think that's the narrative that is being spun. And notice that there's this crazy giveaway in all of the fucking scripted plot or whatever, where they keep having P. Diddy say, shape the narrative, shape the narrative. I think he even left like a clue in the fucking script of the fucking documentary, where he's like, you know, and I also gave the hint to try to solve the murder, which is like, yes, I think P. Diddy was about shaping the narrative, but I don't think he's a powerful, strong, smart man like 50 Cent, and I think 50 Cent shaped the narrative.
You're talking...
Didn't he? Does P. Diddy have a Netflix documentary about this? No. Is attacking 50 Cent? No, it's attacking P. Diddy. P. Diddy is getting all this play with fucking right now on Conan O'Brien, like in the last week or whatever. And he's smiling at all the white people as he takes his victory lap and stuff. And he's like, no, this is some kind of weird rap thing about fixing music and stuff. And it's a believable narrative, but it also might just be that he was at the freak-offs, you know? I don't mean to make this accusation, and fucking 50 Cent might want to kill me for saying something like that. But I'm just saying, usually where there's smoke, there's fire, and they did illustrate that 50 Cent and P. Diddy did have some songs together, and I wonder what they sound like too, right? So I don't know.
Harsh truth. And then if you want to be in a light comedy, you don't want to be 50
Yeah,
Cent.
I want you to come see that guy, and then you see me in a romantic comedy.
Right. Okay. Is that going to happen? You're going to be in a romantic comedy?
I mean, Hitch was
Why
hot.
not?
Yeah.
Yeah, Hitch was good. Hitch was good.
And try if I can get Eva Mendes to come on.
So that's your technique, is it?
Yeah, man. That's how you got to do it, man.
All right. Hey, I screwed up. All right. I have to ask you about this, okay? Not too long ago, you were coming out with a rap album at the same time as Kanye West was coming out with an album, and you made a pledge. You said,
now notice, while he was on camera, he like just hit on another celebrity, and I'm sure his wife is like, oh, it's all about the money or whatever. But he got some dog in him. You can see it. Just like P. Diddy. He's got some dog in him. He just hit on Eva Mendes. On Conan O'Brien. If I was his wife, I'd be fucking furious. Now, she knows this is all interesty play, and he's not like that. She probably is around him all day. They probably have a real relationship and stuff. She knows he's not like that. Otherwise, I'd be like, why did you hit on Eva Mendes on fucking Conan O'Brien? You thought I missed that?
if Kanye's album beats mine, I will get out of the business.
Yeah, well, you know, I say a lot of things and I don't mean it.
I say a lot of things and I don't mean that.
You know, I mean, like,
it's fine, yeah.
At that point, we had to do something to build as much energy as possible. We actually shot the Rolling Stone cover together. None of those things could have actually happened if we was in a direct competition.
Right.
You know, it was positive, and we still created the best selling week for hip-hop music.
Right. And he won probably domestic, I think, but you internationally, you won. Okay?
I'm still King Kong, baby.
Okay. So who, pound for pound, is the better rapper? You or Kanye?
It depends
Let's
on
hear
who
it.
you're asking. You know, like me personally,
50 Cent. 50 Cent is a much better rapper than Kanye. Kanye is a good writer and a good producer. He's a good lyricist. He is not a good rapper. That guy cannot flow.
I'm a 50 Cent fan, so of course I'm going to say 50 Cent, you know. But
And you have no stake in saying that. You just happen to enjoy.
Say what you want about 50 Cent's style. He was at least on the beat, though. He absolutely was rhythmic. He was rhythmic, definitely.
50 Cent, yeah.
Durna, durna, durna. You know, Dr. Dre was rhythmic, you know.
My favorite rapper, actually.
Yeah.
You know?
He's very good.
It's all right.
I'd like to meet him someday. Let me ask you this. This was written about quite a bit. I don't know how much of it's true, but I've read that you bought Mike Tyson's old house in Connecticut. Is that true?
Yeah, I actually did. Yeah, that was 03.
Okay, 03. That was quite a while ago.
Yeah.
What I didn't know is they talk about the house.
Yeah.
And I have some questions. You tell me if this is true or false. 52,000 square feet.
Yeah, it's nice. Like, we could actually shoot the show there. Like, in the
We
night.
could shoot 11 of these shows there. What are you talking about? A 40-person hot tub.
Well, I need my space. You know, like, I need to
40? Have you ever had 40 people in the hot tub at the same time?
Not the same, but we tried.
Yeah,
You know, we tried to get people in there, but still stay away from it.
Okay, all right. There's a strip club in this house?
Well, there's an adult entertainment area.
Yeah.
When you call it a strip club,
Adult entertainment area.
yeah, you know, like, I mean, you need a place to make donations when you feel charitable.
Yes.
You know? And, I mean, you got a lot of single moms that need your help out there.
So there are women performing in this strip club?
Absolutely. This is entertainment. You know the process. You pay to get in, you pay to get a drink, and then you pay them to provide the fantasy.
Yeah, okay.
Then you go home.
Yeah.
Then you go home, yeah.
It is your home. You don't go anywhere.
Yeah, I just go upstairs.
Yeah, very nice. Okay.
He has a strip club in his house.
Be honest with me, and you can be completely honest. You're there, it's
Why not?
happening. It's great. There are 40 people in the hot tub. The ladies are dancing in the adult entertainment center. Everyone's having a good time. Doorbell rings. Conan O'Brien shows up. There's Conan O'Brien, and I'm like, hi there, Fiddy.
First thing I do
Yeah.
is I tell the security, go shut the cameras off. Before somebody, you know, Conan wife see or something. What's going on? You know what I'm saying? Because I hate, like, last time I got shot. I don't need that again. You know what I'm saying? Like, talking about you came to 50 house, and then it just got crazy, baby.
Yeah, you talk about getting shot.
I'm
like,
in
oh, that was
the ICU,
annoying.
I'm
Yeah.
in the ICU again, talking about I should have never had Conan over. We'd have been
So
out.
I'd really be invited in, and I could hang there, and I wouldn't.
But you got a place in Connecticut, right?
Yeah. I go up there. Yeah.
Far. You come hang out with me. It's just to get away from the city sometimes.
I have a 39-person hot tub.
39.
Yeah. I couldn't spring for the 40. You're very health conscious, I've heard.
Absolutely.
Okay, what are we talking about? Are you sort of phobic about germs? You worried about catching cold?
I'm not really phobic about germs, but because I travel so often, you gotta be conscious of it, or you get sick in the middle of touring, and then it's the work just 10 times what it actually is because you're not in a good physical space. So, I'm conscious of it, and your appearance is a part of you actually being, in the celebrity space, I think you need quality material, performance, appearance, and personality.
He is smart. But this is scripted, but it's well written, and he wrote it, right? And they are doing. You don't think so because they are well delivering, but all of this is scripted. I've seen a lot about talk show hosts like this and stuff, and they don't ever say anything on the fucking the set that they either don't edit or don't script, right? So it sounds like he's saying this very naturally, but it's actually a script he's reading that he's memorized.
Oh my God, I've got one of those, I think. What do you... I don't know. Wait a minute. I don't have any of those.
You got too much personality.
Quality material. But okay. So you work hard on your physical appearance.
Absolutely.
And what's your diet like? Are you pretty serious about it?
It depends on when I'm actually getting ready to release something. I'll get heavy and then come back down when it comes time to actually. Because I want pizza. I want everything else like regular people.
Yeah, me too.
And then. Go back on the actual diet to get back in the shape to go ahead and create the presentation.
Okay. And so, and you don't drink, you don't smoke, you're pretty
straight.
You're pretty straight about all that.
Yeah, it's weird. He doesn't do drugs, huh? I sensed that about him. I was like, you don't smoke some blunts with Dr. Dre? And I'm sure he probably did, but I don't think he does that often. I don't think he sits around getting stoned all day like some of these rappers, no.
Well, that's good for you. Okay, let's talk about this movie. I have to ask you about this Righteous Kill, all right? In this movie, you get shot.
Yeah.
You got shot.
Well, shot at.
You got shot at, but you've had that experience in real life.
Yeah.
Not many people who are playing that in
I had a guy shoot a gun in the fucking air to scare me. It was so fucking dumb, and I just ran. I was like, okay, shoot me, don't shoot me. I'm running. Shoot me if you're going to shoot me, and I just ran.
Movie can actually tell
Got
people.
away from his ass too. Ran to fucking Colfax and Chambers, and it was 4:15 in the morning, and it was freezing, and I sat there for an hour and 5 minutes wondering if he was just gonna wander over and cap my ass, just so there wasn't any witnesses or anything. But I couldn't do anything. There's I gotta ride the bus out of here. I don't have a car, so I waited at the bus stop for an hour and 5 minutes, about 10 blocks from where some dude tried to fucking rob me on some Craigslist meet. I was just walking down the sidewalk, and he's like, hey, yo. He was walking in the middle of the street, and I was like, what? And I was like, hey, what's going on? And he was like, hey, yo, are you going to meet somebody? And I was like, yeah. And he fucking pulled a piece out, and he was like, run your shit. And I was like, what? And he was like, run your shit. And I was like, dude, I have a pack of cigarettes. And he was like, what? And I was like, I have nothing but a pack of cigarettes, and you can't have those because you're stressing me out. I need them. That's what I said to him. I was like, oh, you can't have the cigarettes. They're all I own in the world. And he was like, what? You got something. You run your pockets. I was like, nope, I'm not running my pockets because all I've got is a pack of cigarettes. You gotta believe me. He's like, stop fucking stepping away. And I was like, sir, I play a lot of video games. And when somebody approaches me in a video game, I kite backwards. And that is why I'm backing away from you. You are brandishing a pistol at me, and I don't want you in my personal space. I fear that you're going to pistol whip me for no reason. I think it's verbatim what I said too. I think it was word for word what I said. I was like, and he was like, I'm not going to pistol whip you. Run your shit. I'm gonna rob you. And I was like, no, all I got is a pack of cigarettes. You can't have it. And he was like, what? And I was like, you can't have it. I need these cigarettes. I need them. You're stressing me out. I'm gonna need them. I was like, you can't have them. This is all I have in the world, and you can't have it. And he was like, what? And I was like, fucking shoot me. You can't have the cigarettes. I'm not giving them to you. And he was like, what? And he put it in the air, and he fired his goddamn 45 3 times in the fucking air. It was so fucking stupid and so fucking loud. At that point, I just ran because I was like, well, if he shoots me, he shoots me for a fucking pack of cigarettes. And that's that's my life. It wouldn't surprise me, The other thing was he was terrified at that point. He was terrified. He ran too. He was like, what the fuck? Why did I do this? And he was like, what the fuck? And he just turned around and ran. And I was like, why? Like, I was just running and saying, why? This is the stupidest thing that's ever happened to me. Why? I was like, why? For what? Like, my wallet? What the fuck is a fucking West Denver motherfucker gonna have in his wallet at 4:30 in the morning on fucking East Colfax and Chambers and like whatever the fuck street was? I don't know. What the fuck am I gonna have in my pockets in the motherfucking East Colfax ghetto at 4:05 in the fucking morning? It's gonna be a pack of cigarettes, and he knew it. The second I was like, nope, all I got is a pack of cigarettes and you can't have it. He knew I was telling the truth. I was like, oh, you can't have it. I told him, I was like, you can't have it. I'm gonna fucking need them. I got a lighter and a pack of cigarettes and I'm gonna need them after this. You can't have them. I fucking fought him over it. I was like, nope, fucking shoot me over a pack of cigarettes then. I mean, that's what I said. I was like, fucking shoot me over a pack of cigarettes then. I was fucking mad at him. I was like, shoot me over a fucking pack of cigarettes. Let's see how it fucking goes. I was twice his size, And like fucking, it was dumb, and like it was dumb. And when he fired it off, I just ran. I was like, well, and he was pissed. Like the scariest part is when he was like, "Why do you keep backing away from me? Stand still." And I was like, "No, you will pistol whip me for no fucking reason. Nope. You are trying to disable me so you can check my pockets." No, I didn't say that, but I knew what it was. I was like, if I get close to him at all, he's just going to fucking pistol whip me, and I'm going to be scared he's going to shoot me in the head, so I'm just going to let him pistol whip me or whatever. So no, I'm not getting in the fucking melee range. No, I backed up from him. He came at me with a pistol, fucking aggro, really fucking fast too, and I was like, back up, like fucking, I don't know, something like, who he reminds me of is, fucking... Jack Sparrow or something. I was like, nope. I was like, yeah, no. Every time he took a step, I was like, back up. He's got a pistol in my face. I was like, you're not getting in my personal space. Something about the video games. I was like, I apologized to him. I was like, sir, I play video games all day, and anybody who gets in my personal space, I just fucking back away. And I'm sorry, I can't stop myself from doing this. You're getting closer to me. I think you're going to pistol whip me. I am backing up. I'm sorry, I'm not going to let you pistol whip me. And I told him verbatim, like right there, like verbatim exactly, fast too, like how I'm saying it right now. Can you hear it? It's exactly what I said to him. I was like, sir, you are scaring me. I think you're going to pistol whip me. I'm not letting you get that close to me. I'm backing up because it's like a knee-jerk reaction. I will not stop doing it. I'm very fucking anxious right now. It was weird, and that's like verbatim what he said. And he was like, run your fucking pockets. And I was like, nope. All I've got is a bus pass, a fucking pack of cigarettes, and that's it. And I'm not letting you jack my ID. I'm not letting you fucking get my wallet or whatever. There's nothing in there. There's not even $5 in there. Nothing at all. I was like, nope, nothing but a pack of cigarettes. I'm not giving that to you. This is the most I've ever needed a cigarette in my fucking life, and you can't take them. It's not worth it. Shoot me over a fucking pack of cigarettes. And when that pissed him off, he fired it off 3 times in the air. I'll never fucking forget it. I fucking ran. I wonder if it's going to come up later in my life. I wonder if that guy is going to reach out to me or something. Fucking crazy. But anyways, it was weird for him, and it was weird for me, and it was fucking dumb, and it was the most danger I've ever been in, because he definitely was aiming it at my fucking face. And then he fired it, and I was like, what the fuck?
People know this is how...
There was another time where a guy with a fucking knife took my fucking car. It was like, I didn't have anything in my fucking pockets at all, except my fucking wallet. I should have thought about the chain on my wallet, but I don't think I did. I was just like, I've got a wallet and the key fob. That was it. In my pocket was a wallet, a pack of cigarettes, and a key fob. That's it. And then I was like, well, I have the key fob. He's not going to be able to drive the car. Why is he getting in the car? I thought we were going to have some kind of fight. I was like, well, you can't drive the car without the key fob. And I didn't tell him I had the key fob, but I was just like, I knew in the back of my mind the whole time. I was like, I've got the key fob. What can he do? He can't drive the car. But stupid ass Toyota Prius lets you drive the car off if it's on and it's already been turned on by the owner. The Prius will let you drive it off for about a mile, something, half a mile, I think they said it was, because I had to talk to Toyota about this. Fucking so stupid. And I was like, I contacted Toyota. I contacted their customer service, and I was like, why was he able to drive off with my fucking key fob in my pocket? I was robbed at night point by a complete rando who stole my car. And I was like, do you have OnStar? And they were like, no, sir. Your car is like from 2009, and they started doing OnStar in 2010. And I was like, fuck. And I was like, wait, my cell phone was in the car. And they were like, well, then tell a police officer to trace a cell phone. I was like, oh, cool. And I did. And she got my car back. That cop went and got my car back. It was fucking awesome. But I did lose like $900 that he had to pay me back later. And I didn't see that check for a long fucking time. It was like 5 years. And then this check arrived in the mail later for $924, which is what he fucking jacked me for. That was the only thing I could actually like prove, because I had a paycheck stub. All the other stuff, like the cell phone and all that stuff, was hearsay because I didn't have receipts or anything like that. So it was like, well, there was my $1,000 brand new Sprint cell phone because I had a nice new taxi job. There was the $920 paycheck. There was the fucking from all the tips and the medical rides I did on credit cards and stuff. And then there was like and then there was like all my stuff. There was a backpack with all my stuff in it pretty much. And then there, it just sucked. And there was a girl that he drove off with, and I still don't know if she set me up or he kidnapped her. It's a question mark. She had no idea what he was going to do. I'm certain of that. I looked at her face. I didn't see a setup. I saw a fucking surprise. That girl was surprised and very mortified by what happened. And he drove her off without her permission too. And that terrified the shit out of us, which did inspire the cop to find that car. If it had just been the car, I don't think she would have bothered. But because he kidnapped the girl when he did it, she chased him, She chased him. I looked at the girl, I told her, I was like, this is really scary and you're not going to like this. But there was a girl that I was helping who was a ex-girlfriend of a friend of mine. She asked me for a ride because I'm the taxi driver. Hi, I'm the taxi driver. I've got yellow cab cards and everything. I've been working for them for 5 years, and I work in Bellingham as a taxi driver. She's like, cool. I'm a cop. Nice to meet you. Cops like taxi drivers. I was like, I love cops. Whatever. I don't, but I mean, I love them when I'm on the shift as a taxi driver because they protect me. But so. I don't love them when I'm on the other side because they fucking come and make false accusations and try to throw me in jail for no reason. I really don't like them when I'm on the other side of them. It's fucking so annoying. So she recovers my car. And she recovers my paycheck stub, but not the money, and that sucked. That was in my backpack. They found that. They took everything I had. It fucking sucked so bad. I washed out. I lost my job because I couldn't go to work because I didn't have a car, and that shit was an hour south from where I live. It was an hour south. She had me drive an hour south, which is why I always wondered if it was a setup. But no, she was actually trying to get a ride somewhere, and he was just with her, and she didn't really know him very much, but it was just a connection of one of theirs or something like that, and he surprised her and me, and he took my car at knife point, and that fucking sucked. And so I've been able to forgive her since, because I was like, was this a setup? It feels like a fucking setup. But the look on her face, I'll never forget the look on her fucking face, and I panicked when I called the cops, because I was like, I think he just abducted like an 18-year-old girl. It was fucking crazy. I was like, I think he just abducted my friend. I don't really know. I can't tell if she's in on it or if he abducted her. I told the cop, and she was like listening to me very carefully. She was there, like looking to me, talking to me, and I was like looking her in the face, and I was like, I can't tell if she set me up or if he fucking kidnapped her. And she's looking at me, and I'm like, I know it sounds dramatic, but I was like, the look on her face as he drove off was one of surprise and shock. It wasn't one of haha, we got you, or I set you up, or I'm looking away, I'm ashamed or something. I told her this verbatim. I was like, I don't know, it wasn't a look of shame. It wasn't a look of anything but surprise and shock. She was just like in shock as he drove the car away, as he robbed me at gunpoint. And it was just, or not gunpoint, but knife point. And it was just insane. And I was like, I don't know. So then the cop chased him with zeal. Like they recovered that car in like 4 hours. That never happens, right? It like you could call it a joyride, but it was a robbery. It really affected me pretty bad. I was out that money. I lost my job because I was an hour south and I couldn't go do my job like an hour and a half later. It fucking sucked. I was just giving a friend a fucking ride. I didn't know that fucking tool, and I still don't. Fucking weirdo. He just fucking robbed me at gunpoint for no reason. They're desperate down here sometimes. I get nervous when I'm on the country road sometimes because it feels like Florida now a little bit, because some of these people are fucking desperate. They're fucking desperate. He did have a payday off that. He had a $1,000 payday off that. He knew. For some reason, I mentioned that I was late because I had just cashed my paycheck, and maybe she set me up. I don't know. Maybe she set me up. It seems likely. But the fear look and the surprise look on her face as he just drove off, and she braced because it wasn't like she was ready for him to leave with her. And the way she braced and the fear and the shock on her fucking face, I watched her face because I was standing outside the fucking door, like yelling at him, I have the key fob. You can't leave. You're going to have to fight me for it. Come back. That's what I was saying. I was like, you're gonna have to fight me for this key fob. Come back. Like, bring her and bring the fucking car back. I was yelling at him at the top of my lungs as he drove away at 100 miles an hour down the country road where there was no support for a while. Some lady finally drives by. I'm like, lady, I wave at her. I'm like, pull her over. And I was like, please, we will call 911. You don't have to do anything. I don't want to get in your car. I don't want any money or anything. I just need you to call 911 and tell them that somebody stole my car at knife point. And she was like, yeah, no problem. I'll call 911. So then the cops come down to where we were. She leaves, and then the cops come down, where we were, and like, and it was just fucking crazy. It was crazy, and I was like, some dude drove off, and I've got the key fob right here, so I let him do it, and he had a girl in the car, and they were like, there's a girl in the car, and I was like, yeah, and she's of age. She's not a minor. She's 18, but she's young. She's like a young 18-year-old girl. She's an ex-girlfriend of a friend of mine. She just asked me for a ride. I'm a taxi driver, and I gave her a free ride because she knows that I'm a nice guy, and I'll just give her a free ride. So I did. I gave her like a 40-minute ride for free because I knew she was up shit creek and she couldn't get home. And he was like, yeah, you're just helping her. And I was like, yeah, I've known this girl for like 4 years. I don't think she set me up. I think he fucking kidnapped her. I still do. I think he kidnapped her that day. It was fucking crazy. I don't know what happened. They got back to me and they were like, yeah, these guys dropped this car off. The car shut off. The cop came back and she was like, the car shut off. The Prius wouldn't start. So they just, they got 50 miles away and then the car would like shut off on them because the fob wasn't in the car and the car wouldn't start again. So then they just robbed everything in the car and ditched. And then they caught them. I think it was like 4 months later, they caught them in some motel room, I think, and they busted him for Grand Theft Auto, and they victims feed him, and they forced him to pay me the shit that he stole from me, except for the cell phone. The cell phone came out of my pocket, and that was $1,000. I mean, it really was bad for me. It was really fucking bad. As a victim, I did not feel like I was compensated for what he stole from me. It was crazy, and he did pay. He paid the $942, or he would have gone to like some crazy jail or probation violation or something. He had to pay the victim's fees, so he probably worked somewhere for fucking minimum wage and then paid me. But this $942 check comes like 5 years later. It was a trip, and I opened this fucking check from the state of Washington, and this is victim's fees thing, and it's like $942. I was like, payday! I was like, oh my god, it's that money from 5 years ago. I remember this, yeah, it was amazing. It was $942 out of nowhere. It was so fucking amazing. It was 5 years later. I remember that being really, 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 really positive, but I was also like out the $1,000 cell phone. I just had to fucking buy a new cell phone. That sucked. Because my cell phone was stolen, they thought I was just running some scam, so they denied insurance. And they were like, provide the police stuff. And I was like, here's the police stuff. My car was stolen. And they were like, why didn't you get the cell phone back? And I was like, I don't know. They ditched and ran. And they were like, we don't know. We're not going to cover this. And I was like, God damn it, man. My cell phone was stolen. I paid you insurance. Replace it. Sprint would not replace the fucking phone. I had to go back to goddamn Verizon, which I left because Sprint was a better deal and a cooler phone. And I had to go back to fucking Verizon to cancel the contract. Was like a $2,000 ding on my fucking credit. And then Verizon wouldn't deal with me. So I had to pray and beg Verizon like 5 years later to deal with me. I had to get on a family plan with my parents. Like that, getting that car stolen sucks so fucking bad for me. And all I tried to do was give a free taxi ride essentially to a friend of a friend. I didn't even know that girl really.
How it's done.
I didn't know her. I met her like 4 times, something like that. It wasn't like, I was trying to fuck her or something like this. It was like, I just was like, oh yeah, the ex of my friend. Yeah, she like texted me and she's like, I know you're a taxi driver and I'm stranded. Will you help me? I was like, yeah. And I was like, I still don't know if that was a setup or not. She was terrified when he drove off, but they were doing a robbery. Maybe it was a setup and she was a junkie. I guess I'm naive, but I don't think he warned her. That I really will go to my grave believing. I don't think he warned her he was going to do it at all. There is the takeaway. I really believe he did not warn her he was going to do that at all. The shock on her face as she just threw her hands up and she's like in shock as he drives her away. She's like bracing. She's looking at me and he's driving her away. And I don't think she wants to go. It was insane. She was like out of control at that point. He was out of control and she was in his control. It was insane. And then she was like terrified. I saw the look she gave me as they drove away, and I'll never forget it. That deer in the headlights look of like, I'm not in control of this situation. I didn't plan it, and I don't think she knew what he was gonna do, he was so fast about it. He was like, give me the fucking, he was like, give me the car. And I was like, I don't have the fucking key. I don't have the key, man. And he got in the car and he drove away. And I was like, I don't have the key. I don't have it, And he drove away. It was insane. And I was just like, I have the key fob now. And I went and got a stick. I got a stick and I prepared to fight him. I went and got a stick. I forgot that part of it. I went and got a fucking stick because I was like, okay, and the car's not going to drive away. So now I've got to battle a dude with a knife, with a stick, and I'm going to battle him and make sure she's safe and get my car and shit. And I was close to violence that day. It was fucking crazy. But no, he just drove off at 100 miles an hour. I was so fucking mad. I like 5 minutes after I called the cops, like, I asked the cop if I could borrow the fucking her cell phone because I was like, he stole my phone. And I was like, I'd like to call Prius or I'd like to call Toyota and ask them why he was allowed to just drive away without the fob. And she was like, yeah, that's a good question. And we did learn that there wasn't any OnStar, but then we remembered that my cell phone had been stolen. So then I just had them do a Google location. And like three hours later, I was at home. She took me home and I didn't know what to do. And then I realized like the cell phone thing was actually a thing. I was like, wait, maybe they just didn't turn off the phone, and they didn't because they probably didn't know how. It was locked, so could they even turn it off? I'm not sure. So so they couldn't even turn the cell phone off, I don't think. So that was like a big beacon telling us exactly where the fuck they were, and it worked out for me. I got my car back. It was fucking awesome. It was one of the better things that ever happened to me. I thought I could have just lost that car forever. They could have stripped it or sold it to somebody maybe. So it's just very lucky, fucking lucky that day. It was lucky that I had the fob. It was lucky that I didn't have to fight him. It was lucky that they found him they found the car in 4 hours. They didn't find them. And I never did find out what happened to her because her fucking ex-boyfriend died. That was my friend Alan, right? And so the only connection, the only phone number, the only people I knew between her and me was Alan and his brother. And his brother didn't know her number anymore because he had been in jail for 2 years. He had been in jail for a high-speed chase right here in Beeham, right here in Bellingham. He was like, yeah, I was on my way back east to see you guys in the casino and shit. And on the way, I had like, a quarter fucking gram of dope or something. I just wanted to run from them. And he called me like 2 years later. He called me two years later. And he was like, yeah, I ran from the cops that day. And I was like, what? And he was like, yeah, I led them on a 3-county chase from fucking, I don't know, what is this? Snohomish through Skagit to like fucking like to the Lummi Reservation. He was like, I tried to lose them in the fucking Lummi Reservation. I was like, really? And it was like, yeah, when I couldn't do it, they just kept chasing me. I took them downtown and I was like, what? You took them downtown? He's like, I thought he was lying. I was like, you're lying. And he was like, no. And that's where they got me. They pulled me over outside JJ's. I was like, you took them to the center of downtown? He was like, yeah, that's where all the cars are. I was hoping they would get clogged up by other people and I could outspeed them and shit. He was like, that's where all the cars were. So I went downtown and I was like, why would you go downtown? There's nothing but red lights. What are you talking about? There's going to be all these cars in your way. And he was like, yes, that's exactly what happened. There was all these cars that I couldn't get around because of all these red lights. And I was like, I told you. I was like, what? You took them downtown from Ferndale, which is like a 20-minute drive. He did it at 100. And he was like, I was 100 the whole entire way. I didn't stop. I was like, what? And he was like, yep. And I did 2 years in jail for that motherfucker. They understood that I was running because I was scared. So they were nice to me. And now I'm on probation and I'm in a halfway house. He called me from the halfway house and he was like, I'm sorry to call you, dude. My brother is dead. And that's how he ended that. That's how he ended that segment of the conversation. He was like, yeah, he told me what happened to him, but he was waiting with the bad news. He was like, I'm sorry to tell you this, dude, but one of our best friends is fucking dead. My brother's dead. I was like, what? And he was like, yeah, Alan overdosed in the fucking hotel over there in fucking some street. I forget what the motel he said, but he was like, yeah, Alan overdosed in a motel on some street. I was like, really? And he was like, yeah, he started like a year ago. And I was like, yeah, he was bad at doing heroin. We told him, remember when Carmen fucking kickstarted his chest in the fucking motel room? That's what I said to my friend. I was like, remember when my friend Carmen fucking full-blown kickstarted his chest and slapped him and dumped a fucking glass of fucking Sprite all over his face? And we didn't know to do that because he didn't do heroin and I didn't do heroin. So but his brother did. And we were meth addicts. We were tweakers. We didn't ever touch black tar heroin. We had no fucking idea what it was like or what to do or how to help him or anything like that. I'd not been around black tar heroin until then. And Like, you know, and she knew what to do, though. She fucking knew what to do. She fucking pounded on his chest, and she was like, wake up, wake up. And I watched a human slap the hardest anybody's ever slapped somebody. She was slapping to fucking split the skin on his face, because she was really trying to wake him up. She was like, slap, slap, slap. She'd done it many times before, I think, too. She was like, slap, slap, slap. She didn't hesitate or do anything at all. It was like a fucking vet. I was so proud of her. She went slap, 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 like 8 times. He was like, stop, 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 you know, and she was like, wake up, bitch. And he was like, what? She was like slapping him again, like, wake up, wake up. And he was like, what? And she was like, you are dying if you don't start breathing and fucking moving and getting up and standing up. You are gonna die. She was like, I've seen it. I've seen people die. She was like, you're gonna die. Then she grabbed the fucking her Taco Bell drink, and this pissed her off too, because she likes that Taco Bell drink, and she dumped the fucking Taco Bell drink all over his face. It was disgusting. It was like a full glass of Sprite, and she just took it and dumped it in his fucking face all over him, and it went all over the bed and all over the wall and shit. But she just like took the fucking thing and she splashed a whole fucking Taco Bell glass of Sprite, because we were eating dinner in the motel room and getting high and shit. And she took a Sprite, and we were like talking about building a gang, and she took a Sprite and fucking threw it in his face. It was crazy, and that woke him up. The Sprite, he wasn't waking up to getting his fucking skin on his face fucking split, but he was waking up to the Sprite. The Sprite woke him up, and he was like, why are you treating me like this? Why are you beating on me? And she was like, you are dying. And he was fucking dying. You could see that he was not breathing. He was not breathing. He overdosed right the fuck in front of him. She warned him. She was like, if you slam that, you will die. And then he just did it right in fucking front of her. And then he died right in front of her. And she slapped him like 15 times and dumped a Sprite in his face and pounded on his chest and got his ass up out of the fucking grave. It was one of the crazier things I've ever fucking seen. She cussed at him for like 10 minutes and she screamed at him, and we had to like leave the motel room and shit. And she was like, you are the biggest idiot I've ever seen in the fucking scene. She was like, do not ever do heroin ever the fuck again. The needle's not your fucking drug. You haven't been doing this long enough to be slamming something that fucking big. She's like, you are a fucking idiot. This isn't your drug. Don't do this drug. You will die. And sure enough, a year later, he was fucking dead. She was right. She was absolutely right. A year later, he was fucking dead. It fucking sucked. So then, like a year after that, I'm bummed out because the only friend I've had out here is dead, and I'm an addict, and you know, and I'm bummed out because my friend's dead, and it's just fucking shitty. And you know, I'm out there later, like a year later, and his ex-girlfriend calls me up from out of the grave, and she's like, you know, I'm in trouble. I'm like stranded down here in some county, and I was like, you know, that's like an hour from me, and she was like, yeah, I need the ride though, and you're like the only person that I know with a vehicle who will help me. And I was like, yeah, you know, Alan died. And she was like, yeah, I know. And so we bonded again, because I was like, I'm sorry Alan died, you know. And she was like, you know, I don't believe she robbed me. I don't think so. I think she was very happy to see me, and she wanted to talk about Alan and stuff. And that's what we did talk about for like an hour and stuff. And I don't think that girl robbed me. I maybe my instincts are wrong, but I'm not known for getting played by people that like, and even then I didn't get played. I got almost all of it back except the cell phone. It was just weird. Like, I don't know still. I still don't know. And when there's smoke, there's usually fire. Maybe she knew he was going to do something. Maybe she just didn't know when. I don't really know. I don't know what it was, but I never saw her ever again. But it was weird and surprising to both of us, because literally as he robbed me, we were still like having a conversation about Alan being dead. I don't think she was planning on robbing me at all, honestly. And then I was like, hold on, I'm going to pull over. I'm so thirsty. I've been driving for like 3 hours to do all my errands and stuff. I need a bottle of water out of the fucking trunk, because I've been smoking fucking meth all goddamn day, and I have cotton mouth, and I literally cannot swallow. I need water. So I pulled over and I got a bottle of water out, and he like snaked out of his fucking seat, and he got out of the car while I was in the trunk and shit, and he stuck a fucking knife in my fucking belly, and he was like, don't fucking move. I'm taking this shit. And I was like, oh, okay, don't want to get stabbed in the chest. Okay. And I realized immediately that the fob's in my pocket, and I was like, okay, take it. And then as he drives away, I'm going to get a stick, and I was like, hey, fucker, you fucking idiot. I screamed at him. They heard me too. They heard me. Their windows were open. It was crazy. And they heard me as they drove away. He heard me anyway. She was screaming and like scared. You know, she was screaming as he drove away. It was insane. I could see her eyes. She was scared. She was not ready for whatever he did. And you know what he did. And I screamed at him as they left. I was like, I have the fob. You can't leave. Come fight me for the fob. you know? Fucking dumb. I hate these stories. Like, look at where like drugs led me, you know, just because I needed a dealer on the West Coast. I had to deal with a death in the family, basically. I mean, he was like a brother to me. I had to deal with the death of a friend. I had to watch a prostitute bring somebody back from the grave. I had somebody stick a knife in my fucking stomach for no fucking reason and steal my car for no reason. Like, just, you know, and recover it like 4 hours later, just no reason, just completely like terrorized me for no fucking reason. Just weird for no fucking reason. That's been my experience with mankind for a long time. They just fuck me for no reason. It makes no sense. Like the stream sniper fucking swatting me or shit like that. That made no sense. I didn't done anything to him.
This is how
I've made no overt fucking things. I maybe talked some shit once in a while, but I had not done anything to that guy. It made no sense.
I said, no, right, the director's telling me, no, you go this.
It never makes sense. It's just bad actors being fucking psychos. I don't know what to do about all that shit. I just let them be, and I pray that they don't come around, and I don't give them time, and I don't give them quarter, and I don't bow down, and I don't fucking ever do anything that they want me to do. I just, you know, I just try to fucking stay in my fucking lane like Wiz Khalifa, you know? I learned that from Trainwreck, and Trainwreck's probably a train wreck, frankly. But I mean, like, I learned that from Trainwreck. Some fucking thing he said. He was like, nope, I just stay in my lane. I don't ever talk shit about other streamers. I engage in drama if it's something that I can watch as opposed to something that I'm engaged in. And he's like, I don't ever talk shit about other people. I keep it straight. I have gambling issues. I have drug issues. I don't lie to the public or anything like that. I'm on Kick because I'm not suitable for Twitch and all this shit. And I learned from that. I remember that Trainwreck said that, and I will not forget it. And I'm probably not quoting him directly, but you know, it was like that. And he was like, I stay in my lane. It was like during the whole Sneeko thing. And he was like, yeah, I stay in my lane. Like, Sneeko borrowed like $10,000 from all these streamers, and he walked away with like $1 million, which is hilarious because these people are dumb. I would never give another streamer money. Fucking idiots. So anyway, but in Trainwreck weighed in on that while he was playing Rust, and it's the first time I'd ever seen him, and he changed my life kind of, because he was also like, stay in your lane, and nothing bad ever happens. And he's right, he is right. If you don't go, well, the bad stuff happens. But I mean, usually if it's a bad actor and they randomly do something to you, usually they get punished. Not always, and maybe my stream sniper did not get punished, because it is the age of the VPN. I'm willing to, you know, maybe that's the case, maybe it isn't. I don't know, but you know, and already it's starting to be towards like moving towards statute of limitations on that, because it's like fucking, you know, it's been 2 years or something. So yeah, I have 5 years to actually bring a charge against them for swatting me and stuff like that. So already like a third of the time has now passed, you know, so that's a long time. 5 years. I've got some time, but I mean, you know, if the cops don't ever catch them, then it eventually like ticks out to the point where the guy's safe. You know, it's crazy. So and it might be an international incident. That seems to be what the cops were saying. They're like, this might be an international incident because it appears that whoever's doing this is from Canada. And I was like, okay. Okay. It's just crazy. And it's just weird. So, you know, and I don't know. And I haven't heard from them now in like a year. And I don't keep up with them, and I don't email them anymore. It was current there for a while, for like, I don't know, like a year. But then I was just like, I feel like I'm emailing these people too much. I feel like I keep sending pictures of proof that I'm being harassed, and it's enough. They can see that it's daily. They can see that it's always Russ, which makes me look like a clown. So I just stopped doing that. I was like, yeah, we can see that these guys are harassing me every single day. I did get a call from the local constable guy who did check in on us again like a year later, and he's like, did that continue to happen? And I was like, yes, yeah, you were like, you didn't hear? And I was like, yeah, they put something on Craigslist, and they told everybody in my town on Craigslist that I was giving away a free computer. It like slowed me down for about an hour, and then it provided some distraction. But I don't believe I even had to leave the house beyond walking some dude back to his car. It did nothing to me. And at that point, I just was like, I don't fear these people anymore. They're just like clowns. They're gun threats, and they're weird Craigslist pranks. It's just weird. It's like I didn't do anything to these people. So eventually God, the cops, the FBI, the audience, everybody sees it that I sit here all day on a stream for 14 hours. I don't harass other people. Eventually that the years and years of proof of that eventually just sort of sways the energy in a way where it's not a problem anymore, because it's just like, you didn't do anything wrong. And that is the defense that I am using ever since I stopped doing anything wrong, is that I don't do anything wrong. I did not even anything illegal at all. And so now, like, when something bad happens for no reason, I'm like rather surprised, but I have this faith that something really bad will happen to that person. Because, I didn't go warrant it. I didn't do anything wrong. Not lately, no. So it's just like,
this way. I'm like, no, we go this way.
And so like that thing about Trainwreck, like Trainwreck did change my life with that thing he said about Sneeko stealing $10,000 from everybody. Is like, the problem with it is he went out of his way to fuck up other people in their lanes. If he had just been like, give me $10,000 in the fucking public stage, we probably would have just given it to him and never said anything. But and I remember what he said. I remember what Trainwreck said. It was almost verbatim, because it was kind of a mind blow for me. I was like, yeah, if Sneeko had just like asked for $10,000 from a bunch of streamers, they're all so dumb they might have actually done it for him. And if he had been like, I've got a drug habit and I'm facing something really bad and I'm going to get kicked out of my apartment, I need help. And if he had just publicly beseeched them, they probably would have sent him secret donations and stuff. And he never would have needed to rob any of them. And Trainwreck indicated that he had sent money without even asking. He was like, yeah, on top of it, I have sent this guy like $100,000 because he is a friend of mine. And he didn't ask me to do that. I just did that because I knew he was facing a lot of bad gambling problems and financial issues and drug issues. So he was like, yeah, I just sent him like over the period of like 10 years, like $100,000 or something like that. And I was like, man, that's straight bitch made. You sent another streamer like $100,000. I just can't imagine that kind of largesse. But Trainwreck's made a lot of money. He's a gambling streamer. He did make like $20 million. So $100,000 on a loss like that for a friend probably isn't that much money to him, especially if he's good at gambling, which I think he is. So like, but he did say something about stay in your lane, and the only other time I've ever seen that, and that's not good advice for somebody trying to be a unique snowflake streamer, right? Don't stay in your lane. Be that unique snowflake. Fucking stick in their craw. Be loud and be boorish and be fucking like, stay around and stay in their minds and provide good content and stuff and be shocking. That is the shock value is the job. But stay in your lane is not that bad of advice when it comes to drama. And that's what that's like gangster advice about drama. I've heard it a lot before on the streets, but I've never been one to believe it until I finally did have drama with a bunch of people and stuff that I didn't go looking for, that I didn't cause or deserve. There was just like terrorism being rained on my family, essentially. And when I didn't deserve what was happening to me, I didn't worry that bad. Because it was just like, I didn't go looking for this. This is obviously some crazy bad actor who's just lost their way or something. And the energy is in my direction. And my parents felt that way. My stepfather felt that way. The cop felt that way. They were like, the energy, even though you've been swatted, yeah, we're going to chase this guy. But they were like, the energy is more in your direction. We don't feel fear about this. We don't think this guy's going to come back. It doesn't fit the patterns. It's kind of weird and stuff. And they were like, we'll see if he comes back. We don't know what he's going to do. But they felt good. They were like, the energy of this feels good. Like we can maybe leave you here until something else happens. And I was like, yes, that's how I feel. I don't think something else is going to happen. I think this person took great liberty with their freedom to even do this. And I don't suspect other stuff will happen. Because, I don't do anything to this person. Sooner or later, the human might be that crazy where they need to throw that many forks in your fucking spoke. But sooner or later, the human has to understand that you just haven't done anything to them for a long, long time, like years and years. Some of them are psychos who will never ever let it go. They just fixate, like the guy I put in jail, and they'll never let go unless you like put them in jail or something else. I don't know what it would be. Break every bone in their body or something. And Like, you know, and I'm not doing that, but I did put him in jail, and I learned that I like that. I didn't go looking for that energy either. I was just sitting in my fucking squat playing Lord of the Rings online and marveling that they would let me turn off the fucking terrible minstrel scream and all the repetitive noise of shitty MMOs and stuff. I remember what I was doing when I came in. I was like literally turning off sounds on Lotro on my piece of crack $45 laptop that would barely play like Lotro or Final Fantasy 11 or whatever. I hear this clatter in the fucking back, and there's one of my best friends who had been completely like emotional vampired and convinced to assault me in my squat. And there's the hunchback, crazy fucking meth addict dude who I put in jail for at least 2 years. They didn't tell me how long he was in jail, but they told me he was in jail for some years. And they're like coming in the back sliding door from the patio, and then it was just crazy, and it was dark, and it was scary, and I was like, gentlemen, I have alerted the fucking police, and they came into the living room through the fucking sliding door. They like crashed it in, and they came into the living room in the middle of the night, like wolves in the night, and they came at me, and I started swinging this little metal rod that I had that I was keeping for this sort of occasion and stuff. I always keep stuff around like tasers and rods and shit like this, so that if anybody comes at me in my personal space with melee, they're going to get incapacitated, so it doesn't happen again. I put them in jail and they don't do it again, right? My thing is about, do they repeat the attack? That's my thing. So you just incap them and put them in jail, right? It's an assault. You just put them in jail. I actually don't really fear assaults unless they're like guns and stuff, because it's like, yeah, you just incap them with bear mace or fucking or a knife thread or like a taser or something like that. You incap them and then you take them to jail. Basically, you call the cops and you have them come cuff the guy, and you perform a citizen's arrest, and you tase them, and you're like, no, get up. Yeah, I know, because it happened to me one time, and I was greatly inspired by it. I was like, yeah, this is how I would deal with somebody attacking me too. And so, you know, and so, yeah, and I don't live in fear, because I know that I don't do anything to anyone. I never have. I've never done anything to anyone. Not to warrant this kind of abuse or treatment or trolls or whatever. And so it's just like, you know, and I live in that place, and I have great faith in the kindness of strangers, even the ones that attack me. I think if I just continue to do nothing to them but provide free entertainment and be their little like fucking lol cow or whatever, I think they'll finally understand. And I think it's sort of happened that just, you know, that it's just not so cool to just fucking stalk somebody for years and years and years who you've never even met. It's just not really that cool. It's not productive for your life. It's not productive for my life. Of course, the victim's going to feel that way, but I actually worry about how fucking much of a waste of a time it is even for the stream sniper. And I don't like talking about it because I get scared it maybe escalates them or gets them back in my face again, but no, I hope we have peace. Like they mentioned, they were like, can we have peace? And I was like, no, you swatted me, you know, can we have a group? And I was like, no, you swatted me, and I work full time, and I'm a part-time caretaker, and I have to disappear on a phone call pretty much instantly, and which is why I'm not in a large clan. So no, I can't be in your party. I don't roll with anybody else either, do I? You know, occasionally I'll play like a co-op game with Bagon and stuff, but that's to preserve a 20-year-old friendship. I would prefer not to do it, honestly, unless the game's really, really fucking good, and they don't make games good enough to make co-op worth it anymore. So it's just like, you know, I like it. I like being around him. It's good to have a friend, but you know, but I don't like the experience of co-op single player games anymore. Not much anymore. It's just not really my vibe. So, you know, but I do things to preserve the friendship, and I do play with other people, but not often. You know, not often. So I told him, I was like, no, I understand that you're offering peace, and I value that, and I can't tell if you're lying or not or whatever. But if you are, okay. If you aren't, okay. It doesn't mean anything to me. You're like this non-entity that I'd never harmed, that you've only ever attacked me. And I'm just going to continue to be here being nice, and hopefully the nice rubs off on you, you know? That was my attitude. I went to bed that night thinking, God, I hope the nice rubs off on somebody, because I think that's the real problem here. Nobody is ever nice. Nobody's ever nice to each other anymore. It's like all people ripping on you or kind of jibing you or being like, you didn't do it, or I'm attacking you or I'm trolling you and stuff. My thing is I'm not a nice person. I'm not nice to these stream snipers. I do talk shit about them all the time. I'm not very nice to them. But that's because they swatted me. So it's just, there's like reasons that I'm not nice to them. I am a nice person who would rather just let the water go under the bridge, like they said. But also, I don't believe in the duplicitous nature of fucking humans. I've seen it enough to know, both in the real life and in Rust, to understand that you can't trust anything anybody says, Maybe your wife when she says she loves you, or your mother of 80 years. She says she loves you, and she does because it's been 80 years, She loves you, she does. So certain things like that. You can believe them when they say stuff like that. Family, stuff like that. But pretty much everybody else in the fucking world, I don't believe anything the fuck they say. So you can offer me peace, but that's never gone well in Rust or the real world. I just accept the battle. I always have. I just accept the battle. I'm like, well, this is going to be a fucking battle. And somehow I've never fucking had to swing a fist. When it comes down to the actual heat of the fucking moment, they've even brandished weapons like pistols and knives at me. I stand there and I wait for the situation to end. And they're like, why aren't you running? Why aren't you scared? Why are you backing away from me? And I'm like, well, I'm not giving you control of the situation. I'm bothered by this situation because I don't have anything. I'm the poorest person that you've ever met. And there's no reason for you to fuck with me. I have a serious issue with humans who fuck with me because I am like the poorest person that you've ever met in your fucking life. I'm not getting ahead. I'm not rich. I don't buy a lot of stuff. Do you see me smoking a lot of weed? No. Do you see me like buying $100 worth of hash every month like it's a drug addiction, because it is. But you don't see me like popping Cristal or like buying things or ordering Uber Eats or anything like this. I don't have any fucking money. So when somebody fucks with me or swats me or targets me, I'm like, why did you pick one of the weakest people in your fucking on your planet? Like a war-torn, like drug war ravaged ex-meth addict who's been convicted, like not convicted, but convicted of like theft and trespass and shit like this, who's like had the cops chase them their whole life, have false assault charges and drug addictions and shit like this. You don't think that's enough problems? Do you need to go make my life any fucking harder? Please kick me when I'm down further, and that's weird. It's weird. I think that honest appraisal of the attack is something that they need to hear, because that's how it feels. It's like, oh, was the crippling poverty, the fucking being a meth dealer and a meth addict and a heroin addict and having people fire guns in the air at me and shit like this and rob me at knife point, try to steal my car or fuck me over, or all my dead friends, or my friend that shot his father in the head and then himself a second later, are all these mental issues, the 2 years in the mental health facility, which is like a halfway house, like the 10 years mandatory minimum sentencing that they held over my head for 2.5 years, like just, and during COVID when I thought everybody was going to die, was COVID not enough? Was the sorrow and being broken by the system and drugs and people and living in squats and burnt out restaurants and freezing to death and shit like this and being in debt to your best friends and having drug addictions and smoking meth and fucking heroin on fucking tin foils and motel rooms and shit and falling to the streets? Was that not enough? Did you need to swap me too? I'm sorry, shall I lie on the ground now in a fetal position, cry tears of blood while you kick me in my broken ribs and throw me in a paddy wagon and torture me for 2 hours? And I mean the system too. I'm not just talking about stream snipers. I'm talking about everybody. It's bullies all my life for no fucking reason at all. People that are half my size, like people that are half my stature, people that are just half my reputation, whatever it is, little people, like all my life have just like aimed some crosshair at me, fixated, and decided that I need to feel a lot of suffering for no good goddamn reason at all. And it is a martyr's complex, and I'm just like, oh, sir, should I lie down, smoke some crack, smoke some heroin, maybe contract AIDS or something from a fucking needle or something, and then shall you kick me in my ribs? You know, it's like, how much damage does mankind need to do to me? Do you need to swap me a second time? It's just like, Jesus fucking Christ, man. How much bullshit do I need to take from fucking strangers that I've never met before in a horror show of a fucking lifetime? A horror movie that lasts an entire lifetime before I can just finally get my peace, you know? And it was like that up until 2 years ago or something like that. It was so dumb. It was like that for 41 years. My father, people in the streets, fucking... I remember this one kid, he just fucking swung at me. I had to dodge. Shit like this, like, you know? Cops leveling guns at my head. A fucking armed robber who I won't even identify the race of because it's too doxy and too particular, you know? An armed robber sticks me up at 4:15 in the goddamn morning in a fucking blizzard, basically, of frozen snow for my pack of cigarettes, and I tell them no, you know? And it's just like, was that life not bad enough for you? Do you need to also punish me further? It's the tales are too dark. The life was too macabre. It is dramatic, but it's also the truth. Shall I talk about my dead friend and his funeral and how we rifled through his house looking for clues as to why he, you know, my inner circle, like one of my best friends of all time, you know, looking for clues as to why he shot his father and then himself a second later and widowed his wife and left his sister, one of our best friends, to just leave our lives forever. She just left our lives forever. That's my friend Jay. She just left our fucking lives forever because her fucking brother, one of my best friends, just cast everybody I knew adrift. Everybody I knew for 5 years or something like this. Everybody I knew caught a drug addiction or sorrow or problems or something like this. It was like a bomb struck, like a nuclear bomb struck in my crew and damn near killed all of us. It fucking hurt us so bad. And it's like, was that not enough? Do the humans need to kick me while I'm lying on the ground with broken ribs again? Like, Jesus Christ. You don't know. That is enough bad stuff to happen to one human being. That is my defense against these bullies. Is it's like 2 tears in a bucket. Join the long line of bullies. Enjoy. I'll lie on the ground. I'll have broken ribs. We can all have fun time. Kick me in the ribs, please. You know, it's just, it is like that. And I don't like talking like this, but it is the goddamn truth. And that's how I view these people. They're like these emotional vampires with zero human value who show up when you've got broken ribs or you're building a new career or something and it really, really counts or something like this. And they try to destroy you for no good goddamn reason, just because you've got a personality or an attitude, or you're living out loud, or you're just your own special little snowflake or something. You give a fly fuck about their life or what they do, or you're not involved with them in any way or form. And you're just like, okay, rando, what the fuck do you want? And then they hurt you or make you suffer in some way. You're just like, okay, Rando Calrissian, I don't know you. Please do not harm me.
Trust me, I would go that way.
I just love a director trying to tell you.
Yeah, he's telling me. But John Avenue, we had a great time.
If I'm not on probation, I've got a lifelong fucking commitment to nonviolence. Full blown, like a fucking priest. I will die first before I will harm another fucking human being in any way or fucking form, and I mean that shit. But constantly, I'm tested by complete rando Calrissians who show up out of nowhere and make me want to fucking punch them in the face.
Director and working with Alan and
you know, and it's just like weird, and it's just like you have to get that control. After years and years and years of it, you just get this control where you're like, here's another shithead who I don't know trying to destroy me for no fucking reason, like Baby Reindeer or some shit, and it's fucking crazy, and I don't know them, and I don't have any involvement with them in any way or fucking form, and they're trying to destroy me once again. And it's just like weird, and I keep waiting. I wait for the next one to just spawn out of the woodwork, and I'm sure it'll come.
Robert was amazing. Like, I mean,
first of all,
since I was a kid, if it isn't the cops, it's the system. If it's not the system, it's addiction. If it's not addiction, it's poverty. If it's not poverty, it's suicides. If it's not suicides, it's murders. If it's not murders, it's murder-suicides. It's fucking problems, drug addictions, drug dealer, kingpin issues, problems building for 15 years, probations that last 7 years. Like, 10 years mandatory mandatory minimum sentencing during COVID. Is everybody going to die in COVID? And all this crazy ass shit. And oh my God, give me some heroin right now. And it's just weird. It's like, I think that's enough darkness. That's my defense against the bad actors of the world, and nobody in any particular nobody in any particular order. It's out there to all of them, from Trump on down to anybody in between. Like, it's been enough darkness. We really don't need war. We really don't need you. We really don't need suffering. We don't need bullies. It's been enough darkness for everybody in this goddamn country. It's been enough darkness.
Paul, this is what an achievement to work.
Spawned in 9/11, came of age right as the fucking tower toppled, came of age as the tower toppled, watched the destruction of my nation, 9/11, Patriot Act, fucking pigs, throwing us in jail for drugs, bank collapse, bank crisis, poverty. My mother loses 5 fucking houses that she worked so hard to fucking build and earn. Just all this shit. It's just crazy credit fucking problems, like credit card companies coming after her for debt. All this other like terrible shit. Losing her company, losing her family, losing our family, losing my father, losing everybody, losing my stepbrother, it just goes on. The negativity goes on forever. Yeah, you might think I'm just describing a life, but nobody has this sort of amount of negativity in their fucking life, and you wish to add to it. It speaks to how fucking worthless a piece of shit human being everybody is. It's like pretty much everybody, unless anybody rando who fucks with me anyways,
Work with these two guys,
so and I didn't go out of my way to fuck with you. Don't go fucking out of my way to fucking with me, and keep it the same. It's a simple request. It's what it's always been.
These two do not come together often in a film.
Yeah.
Fiddy will tell you the same. That's gangster logic from people who actually did sling fucking motherfucking crack on the streets and shit, and fucking heroin shit. Like, that is game. I'm spitting game there. It's like, motherfucking keep it the same. I don't ever come and fuck with you. Don't ever come and fuck with me. And don't start none, won't be none. It's the golden rule, motherfucker. It's the rule of the streets. It's the rule of survival. It's survival of the fucking fittest. Is don't start none, won't be none. If you do, it's bombs over Baghdad. So,
and so this is a rare occasion.
If what you do harms me, I do exactly that back, or something other, or at least if it's legal, I do exactly back. If you're doing something illegal to fuck with me, I just wait for the cops to hurt you. If they don't hurt you, I just try to be nice and ignore that you exist until you don't exist. It's like, how do you kill a god? You can kill anything, really. It's really easy to kill anything. You forget that they exist.
Were you intimidated to be with these guys?
Well, yeah. To be honest with you, yeah, it was interesting. The first time
I have enough problems with that as it is. I warn you guys every day that I fried my brain, and I fried my brain in the respect that I don't remember a lot of it. I don't remember a lot of the abuse, honestly. I don't even remember a lot of it. It's like this beautiful thing where my memory goes back about 4 years, and then there's this black tar hole of drugs for like 17 years or something like that. And it gets a little bit better in the last like 3 years, but I don't even really remember the swatting well. Also, something about the life that I'm living is everything's such a fucking blur and happening so fast all the time, even though I'm just sitting here doing nothing. I have transitions in my family, transitions in my home, I inherit all this other stuff. People are coming of age, there's a changing of the guard, the music scene is dying, the video game scene is dying, stuff is changing, everything's so fucking static. I like chaos, I will not lie, but bad chaos, like negative chaos, it's not really appropriate to toss more negative chaos into an already explosive pot. It's just not really fair, especially to somebody who you've never met before. It's not really fair. That person didn't do it to you, and I swear to God, these people are Christo-fascists, so I speak their fucking language. God told you to do unto others and respect the golden rule, which is, treat others treat others as you expect to be treated. And love thy neighbors and all this other stuff. That's God commanding you to do that. If you're a Christo-fascist, you shouldn't have ever treated another human being like you did me. And this goes to the fucking system, the cop who threw me in the paddy wagon, the fucking, the people who shot guns at me or knives and shit like this. It's just crazy, or tried to jack me or anything like this.
I have table reads with the cast. It was there like
he knows. You just deal with each one on a separate basis. You judge each one on a case-by-case basis. If they're actually capable of harming you, you take care of them. Whatever it takes. You get them busted, or you get away from them, or you devalue yourself as a target, or you just don't engage with them. You don't provide a fucking thing to take a shot at, or whatever it is. And you don't listen to them, you don't pay attention to them, whatever it is. And that is how you actually stop being fucking abused by a class clown. Recall, I used to get fucking in-school suspension so much in the 8th grade that I fucking failed the 8th grade. I've got an IQ north of something. I have no idea what it is after the brain damage, but I got an IQ north of something. And but remember, I fucking failed the 8th grade because I skipped so much school that they put me in school suspension for like 5 months. And remember, all we had to do in there, that's like prison for 5 months and basically a boys' town. It's like prison in a boys' town. It sucks. You see that you come in there, it's 7:45 in the fucking morning, and you stare at the fucking wall for 8 hours, and you're a child. You're like fucking 12 or something. Or I don't know, 13? Whatever it was, yeah, like 12, 13, something like that. You're a fucking child, and you're like staring at a wall for 8 fucking hours. What are we doing in there? Every jackass that's in that fucking room is a Donald Trump troll trying to swat you. Every last shithead in ISS is called IS. We used to call it Miss or IS. It's Miss. It's like you'll go to the Miss. It's kind of like going to the shoe or something. It's like you won't be in school. You'll be in an outside room with other derelicts who fucking do drugs at the age of 12 or something and steal shit and pop fucking light sockets and fucking break things and skip school, like just leave the class, just walk out the fucking door as the teacher screams at you. Shit, I used to do all types of shit like that. And the whole point of that is my parents haven't abandoned me, but they're not in my life right now. And my dad definitely abandoned me, and I'm dealing with it, and I can tell that everybody around me is poor and everybody around me is unhappy, and they all have bully energy, and they all want to play gangster, and they all want to play gangster rap, and they all want to say they're harder than me, and they're all in a room with me, and we're all in school suspension, and there's like 12 to 20 to 30 of us. And how the fuck do you actually deal with a room full of class clowns? And I mean a room full of them, not just one dominating a 30 student room, but there was like 18 crazy, cracked out, like father beats them, crazy derelict fucking kids that were just like getting in school suspensions, addictions, problems at the age of like 13 and shit like this. Some of them gangbangers and shit like this. And I learned way the fuck back then. Keep your eyes on your own. Don't fuck with others. Stay in your fucking lane. Don't ever cause anybody fucking problems. Don't ever make fun of somebody else. Don't ever fucking take shots at them. If they ever do anything to you, you answer in exactly what the fuck they did to you, no matter what the fuck it is, or worse, right? You always show that it's an equal blow or worse if you fuck with me. And they respect you. And this is how I, a dumb fat white kid from the fucking south side of fucking Omaha or whatever, fucking like lived in a room full of 30 black kids who are fucking furious because I'm white and don't like me, and I did absolutely the fuck fine. And I'm not scared of these fucking, like, anybody, and their race had nothing to do with it. They saw that I felt that way. They knew that I didn't care that they were black or Mexican. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. None of that shit matters. So they know I'm not a honky. Or a gringo, so I'm just like sitting there with them, and they're like, Jesus Christ, you're 13 and you have like a pack of cigarettes in your pocket. We can smell it. And I was like, yeah, I got a pack of cigarettes in my motherfucking pocket. What of it? Shit like that. Like, what of it? I don't give a flying fuck about that. They leave them in the fucking aisles at the fucking grocery store. I just take them, and they're like, yeah, us too. And they can tell I'm not a fucking buster like them, or not like them, but like, but they're not busters either. But the kids in that room are not busted. We're not busters. The kids in that school were not fucking busters. They ended up being the kids that shot my cousin's husband later on. They were the kids that shot my cousin's husband later on and shit like that. They were not busters in that fucking room, It's like going to jail, and it is in school suspension, and it's not school, and it's definitely not like parents or guidance or help during a terrible divorce and poverty and problems and living in a garage and stuff like this. And all of that, is that enough? Is all that darkness and pain and suffering and problems and streets and issues and failing the 8th grade and all these problems and dealing with rooms full of class clowns. And this is why the trolls have never been anything to me. I don't give a flying fuck about them. I've never paid attention to what they say. I don't care what they do. I sit in my cubicle like I'm back in the 8th grade in the in-school suspension room with a room full of fucking clowns that want to take shots at me if I say anything at all, if I do anything at all to them, if I throw a rubber band or I talk to the teacher, or if I show weakness, or if I don't have a pack of cigarettes in my pocket at the age of 13, or anything the fuck like that. If I show weakness to them at all, they will fucking eat me alive. And it's easy. If you've ever been around it, you've been around it, and it swaggers a stain that you can't wipe off. I'm not afraid of these people. Never have been, never will. I live my life with an open door where anybody can just come to my house and they can just open the door. I'm not proud of this, but there's many weapons around me that makes that very, very simple for me to do. Not simple, but safe. You know, it makes me safe to do that. Like, I leave the door open so my mother can come down here and just open the door if she's in crisis or something. Like, because I live in the boondocks where if somebody's on my land, I'm probably going to shoot them, you know? So, like, or she'll shoot them, or the dogs, or my neighbor. I got a real rich neighbor who really doesn't like people coming around our way who don't live here. I got, which is why I have to escort people to their fucking car if they show up on my land unannounced, because I'm more scared of my neighbor's response than mine. I live in the boonies where, if you're out of place out here, they will challenge you. My neighbor will challenge you. He will come straight to my front door, and he's there all day because he's rich. He doesn't go anywhere. He's old, and he would challenge you. Would come straight to my fucking door, and he'll be like, "Do you know this guy?" It's like that. It's like that out here. It's fucking crazy, and so I love it though. So I leave my front door like fucking completely unlocked, and I'm honest about it, particularly because there's cameras, dogs, guns, people. Like it's like this is like, I'm sure Fitty feels the same. There's cameras, guns, dogs, people, security, fucking like neighbors, people looking. It would be very, very difficult to actually harm my family here. And that makes me feel very uber safe. It's not some fucking challenge. It's just this thing about we didn't do anything to anyone. We've never done anything to anyone. We're not evil family. My mom's never stolen from anybody. It's just, I've never done anything from it. There's nothing that, there's like I've done bad things. Yeah, I've been a drug dealer and I've gotten high and I've broken the law a bunch and been in high-speed chases and shit like this, and I've stolen some money and shit like this. But I've trespassed and did shit like this, but I'm not a bad person. Those things sound bad, but I didn't have any victims in my crimes. They're all things that were just stuff that happened. I didn't have any victims, and nobody was owed any money afterwards or anything. That's all shit that were victimless crimes, like getting high and getting busted for possession, stuff like that. Who does that harm?
Like, I came in there, you got people there and you hear the knee knocking under the actual table because they nervous, like they mean a lot to people, from the film world. It's intense, man.
Well, I've heard that even people working on the film who've worked on 1,000 films, they're jaded, but then De Niro and Pacino walk on the set, it must be a different experience.
It's totally different. The grip is standing behind the monitor, trying to see what's going on at the same time, because he said, I wanted to see, like, what's going to happen.
Right.
What their choices are.
Now, there's a scene, and I'm not giving away too much, but there's a scene where Robert De Niro is beating on you, all right? And I understand it got a little out of hand.
They kicked me once.
He kicked you?
Yeah, right here.
Yeah.
And I ain't never gonna forget that.
I'm never gonna forget that.
You got me.
You got me.
Whoa, we acting. Whoa.
I would think De Niro could get away with that. It's method. He wants to really do it.
Yeah, it was like,
yeah.
You all right?
Yeah. Oh, he said that right afterwards. Okay, that's good.
You all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then he moved on to the next thing.
He's ready to go again. Let's do it again.
All right. We have a clip here from Righteous Kill. Do you set the scene up for us?
Oh, man. I'm not sure exactly what clip that they actually gave you. So many pieces that we actually did. I think it's a conversation between me and Robert De Niro.
He's opposite Robert De Niro now. He's like the new Denzel. How is it 50 Cent? How did I sleep on 50 Cent this long? I did not like his music. I thought his music was cheesy and killed rap.
Is that it, Frank?
Before he actually comes over.
Okay, this is you in a scene with Mr. Robert De Niro. Let's take a look at this clip.
No, I can't do it. It's probably DMCA. I got to skip past it, unfortunately. No, just skip. We're just going to go back. It was a good enough interview. It's at the end now. Go back and watch something else. I noticed that I'm not playing a lot of video games. This is because I don't think I need to do anything on any of them. I don't need to grind Eve. I don't need to grind Final Fantasy XI. I don't need to grind this game. It's all passive almost entirely. I don't need to grind X4. That's all passive entirely. I'm in a sweet place where I feel like I'm a gamer, but I don't actually have to do anything, and I can just be entertained by YouTube all day. For you sweet people, keep it clean and keep it good, and and just have fun playing video games every little while, every few minutes or something like that, as opposed to doing it all the fucking time. I do it all the time. I play video games for years and years, all the time, all day long. And so these days now, I'm trying to do the Asmongold thing a little bit, I'll be honest about it, where I'd rather put some content that other people do on my stream than the same Grand Theft Auto missions every single day, the same fucking Fallout 76 daily login, the same dealing with ships on X4, the same EVE Online like hauling or faction warfare. It gets repetitive after a while, and I'm beginning to rebel against the repetitive nature of everything that they require you to do in these games. And I noticed that when I started rebelling against it, they didn't stop the rewards that they always give me. Like, you can stop grinding the game. They still give you passive income in most of these games. Maybe not Rust. Well, yeah, Rust, if you're on the PvE server, because you can use virtual queries, and it is actually exactly like that. It is like virtual queries where you do actually like fill your coffers while you're like asleep. But, so I could do Rust like that, but I don't like Rust anymore, really. I don't like Rust anymore. You can tell I'm not playing it. I don't really like Rust that much anymore. It's harder for me to play the game because it's like, I don't know what it is. There's something about it. I don't know. The naval update didn't come in time, and it's too toxic, and the client isn't good enough, and it doesn't play well with others if you have it downloaded, but it does on GeForce Now. It erases your work every 1, 2 to 4 weeks, and that's not good. And so I just I'm noticing that X4 doesn't steal my doesn't ever steal my work. It doesn't ever erase my work at all. Neither does Fallout 76, and I'm starting to sort of and neither does Grand Theft Auto 5. I'm kind of gravitating to these games that do keep my work permanent, And I don't think Rust is like that at all. Past 4 weeks, nobody's richer than anybody else in Rust. It's one of the beautiful things about the game, The Wipe, is because 4 weeks later, your enemy is back to zero like you. So maybe it goes better for you this time, right? And that's cool. I like that, but it's also terrible because it erases everything that you do. So I don't know.
Hey.
And
all right.
That's all I have to say about that. So, I'm moving away from Rust. I'm moving away from Eve. It's too toxic. Moving away from Mortal. Too toxic. All three of them, too toxic. I left negative reviews on all three games that I think can stand for the ages, that I really thought about when I wrote them. And I meant what I said about it being like house and road robbery simulators that make glorified megalomaniacal people bully you, and the bully energy is and the racism and the problems and the right-wing stuff and all the problems. It's just, it just isn't good anymore. And if you do play it on PvE. I'm verbatim quoting my Rust, Mortal, and EVE Online reviews on Steam, because they're all the same review, and it is the same review for all three games. Free for all loot. It works in theory, but not in practice, because what it really is bullshit harassment from people all goddamn day. Roof campers, door campers, robbers, thieves. When you're sleeping, they rob your house. When you're online, they blow your doors in and kill you or gank you on the side of the road. It's a house robbery simulator, and it makes you very, very, very efficient at robbing somebody's house. It actually is like a methodic, scientific fucking house robbery simulator, Rust. It's unfortunate, but it is. It's like a scientific house robbery simulator. It's fairly similar to the real world. It would be the same thing if you were robbing somebody who had 10 metal doors between you and say $100,000 worth of cocaine or something crazy, or money or whatever, right? Yeah, those doors, you're probably gonna have to blow them, and it is like Rust. And do you shoot somebody while you're applying shape charges to the door? Do you have shape charges? Where did you get them? Source them. Go outside, get sulfur. And that's not like real life, and that's where it becomes a game. But that is a robbery simulator. It's a fucking robbery simulator. Morally, it's terrible, and kids should not gravitate to it. And I said that about all three games. I was like, EVE Online's like this. They rob you as you're going about your business, walking down the sidewalk downtown. They like show up and they're like, hey, we're like 8 deep and we're gonna kill you. We're gonna take your shit, even if it isn't anything at all. And the cops are gonna come and they're gonna shoot us because we killed you, and then we're gonna respawn. And that terrible ass piece of shit fucking loop that the game developers wholeheartedly fucking support did kill free-for-all PvP, and Rust is down to 60,000 pop. New World is completely gone. Not that it was a free-for-all game anyways, really, outside of the free-for-all zone, but it did have free-for-all. And which one of the reasons I liked it. And Rust, they're all down. All those pops are down. We can go and look at like that weird toxicity about losing your work, roof campers, door campers, racism, bullying, yelling, and bullshit, and negativity and anger. Totally destroyed those communities, and the PvP communities, in all estimations, in my estimation, completely fucking worthless. I wouldn't say honor is something that I see in them very often. Occasionally you'll see it. You'll see people like Tay be like, bro, I'm not gonna rob you. You're fucking naked. What could I possibly fucking gain from it? I've seen people act honorably. I have. But I mean, like, that's rare. It's fucking rare. More often than not, rando humans are gonna just bang you and take whatever the fuck you have. It's something about their personality. I don't know why. And I think they're like this in the real world too. So you always wonder why stuff goes missing, or did I misplace something or like that? No, I think it's the humans around you just take whatever the fuck they want, you know?
What's up?
They might even be your family or whatever.
Love taking photos. Like every billionaire, every super wealthy, super connected elite, for some weird reason, would never dare to be around Jeffrey Epstein without photographers everywhere. Okay, they were like, hey, the shadowy dark rooms with cigar smoke. We should do this in the most lit fluorescent light bulb having restaurants where there are photographers everywhere. Like it's literally, they were just doing it in broad daylight. No code words.
Yeah, yep.
Words. Only photos, literally photographing every part of this process.
He is really starting to look like John Lennon. It's the John Lennon look. I know he knows what John Lennon looks like. I know he's dressing like him, and I actually really fucking love it. I love that he's dressing like John Lennon. I like Hassan so much. Whatever. I think Hassan's actually cool. He can cite the cultural references that he dresses as. Most of these kids can't. They have no idea what John Lennon dresses as. You know, he actually has style. He knows things. You know, it's a difference. Oh yeah, I already did the acid, didn't I? All right, so I want to sell acid. So take me outside. Exit to the cab, and we have a mobile base, which is why I love Rockstar. Yeah. Now I need to log in before I can go look at creations, so I suppose I will do that process. I will need to run a clock timer, which I haven't done in a while. Let's pull out a clock. I will pin it. Oh no, I don't need to. Yeah, run a 7-minute timer, and we'll come back, because this load is like 10 minutes or 15 minutes. It's so annoying. But I don't care. I'm not really playing video games, I don't think, anymore. Until they make good games, I'm not playing games on my stream that much anymore. I'm going to do Epstein stuff. I'm going to do fucking Hassan. I'm going to do, like, you know, politics and gaming and shit. And I'm just going to wait for them to make good online games, because they're not doing it. And the ones I'm playing are good. I love these games. Starfield, Grand Theft Auto 5, X4, Tip Top, Chef Kiss. Great games. Love them. Got no issue with them. 3 at once, you know? Am I not playing enough games?
I'm saying it. Another Jeffrey Epstein. Wait, what? Another Jeffrey Epstein has hit the timeline. A month ago, New York Times columnist David Brooks wrote a column decrying the media and political fixation on the Epstein story. This afternoon, House Democrats released.
I'm so lucky. I'm so blessed. I have a Dubai style chocolate. It's a it's a pistachio chocolate. See it? It's like the best chocolate made on the planet. It's a shishi rich person chocolate, because my mother has rich taste when it comes to chocolates, but that's like pretty much it. And she does splurge on chocolate though. And so I get to have this badass, right now on stream, I get to have this Dubai style pistachio chocolate. And it is one of the best chocolates in the fucking world, in my opinion. Oh, yeah. Crunchy. So crunchy. Dubai style chocolate is so good. Pistachios are so good with chocolate. I didn't know. Oh my god, pistachios and chocolate is like my new thing. They're both so expensive. Fuck pistachios and chocolate. What does this remind me of? It's a Born on Blonde song called Morphine and Chocolate. Substitute my gloom with happiness. Substitute my sickness with health. Substitute my enemies with real good friends. Morphine and chocolate are my substitutes. Morphine and chocolate can bring me up, can warm my heart whenever I want it, and every once in a while when I stop and think, morphine and chocolate are my substitutes. And you can say, hey, we've really come a long way. And you can say, it can only be this way. But you might be careful, it really come a long way. You can say, hey, it can only be this way, but you might be careful. It really hurts when it's real. And you might be careful. It really hurts when it's real. Morphine and chocolate is like the best that a human being can feel. It's maybe better than an orgasm. It really hurts when it's real. I've done it. You might be careful. It really hurts when it's real. You'll go down. Ooh, set the alarm clock. Well, I've done it with heroin. I'm sorry. I've not done it with morphine. Set the alarm clock, baby. Don't you? Well, I've had morphine pills. Yeah, I've had a lot of morphine pills. Yeah, pills. Yeah, but pills don't count. If you're not insufflating or smoking, it's not really, or shooting, it's not really a hard drug. If you're eating pills, I think you're a pussy. I'm sorry, but I do. I mean, for one thing, they don't have to deal with like smoker's cough or something. I'm so jealous of pill people because they don't have a lot of the same problems that the pipe heads have. You know. You might be careful. It really hurts when it's real. You'll go down. Set the alarm clock, baby. Don't you miss the sun? I'm really warm-hearted, baby. Don't you know I'm feeling like someone? I'm fearing for my heart. Morphine and chocolate can never substitute my art. And it's true. Morphine and chocolate can never substitute my art.
Is the new tranche of photos.
Boy, I wish it did.
Of an event that Brooks attended with Epstein. That's awesome. Hey guys, don't look into this thing, okay? Don't look into it too far.
He's literally dressing revolutionary chic, and I think that's actually so dope because it looks like how my friends dress. This is how my friends dress. It's this sort of stuff. My best friends, they dress like this. It's weird because they're not right-wingers. They're transcendentalists, but they like guns, and they dress like this, you know. Same glasses and everything.
Please.
Not always. They don't always dress like this. They're very stylish people, but in certain ways, you will see my best friends dress like revolutionaries like this. My friends, they're very stylistic. They have good clothes, especially my friend Jed. And like, yeah, my friend Jed will dress like a revolutionary and stuff, and so will my friend Christopher. So will a lot of my fucking friends. I got a lot of my friends, like, they dress like this, and I really like seeing it because honestly, I will be honest about this. I never ever thought I would see this ever again. It's resistance. It's resistance to people that run in regimes that don't like regime changes. It's the way he's dressing. It's a very specific thing that my friends do on purpose, and I really do respond to it very positively. It's, you know, also something else my friends will do is they always keep a gas mask in their living room. I bet he does too. Yeah. Something about this particular shade of green jacket and a gas mask is so resistance. It's not even funny. It's like the most resistance that you can be, because you got heavy, nice, clothing that will suit like wartime conditions. You've got your glasses so you can see. You've got because you read a lot. You read a lot of books because you're a revolutionary, right? So you got your glasses like John Lennon. I wear contacts and stuff, but every revolutionary or like, I don't know, like luminary type that I've ever known, even my transcendentalist best friends and stuff, they all dress revolutionary like this too, which is fucking crazy, but it is true. My friends dress like this. And it's really good to see someone else do it, because I thought it was a dead art. And my friends don't dress like this every day because they have jobs and they're like trail guides and shit like this and real estate agents. So they dress like yuppies. But when they're out on a Sunday to go to some shindig or something like this, they dress like this because they want everybody to know that they're not like every fucking right-wing tool that backs fucking fascists. And I've never had the balls to buy a jacket like this, because I think it implies that you're supportive of guns or violence or military stuff. But they wear green jackets like this. I wear punk stuff and I wear ravers stuff, but I will not wear milsim looking stuff. My friends will though, and it brings great glowing joy and warmth to my heart to see it, because it implies that there's a resistance to the pieces of shit that are destroying our country. And I said what I meant.
New York Times spokesperson on why Brooks didn't mention the meeting in his column.
Seeing it is like it's like spending a year. I did this once. I spent the year in Hawaii, but I lived in a Mexican apartment complex, and I worked with only Mexicans. I was like one of 4 white people and 450 Mexicans living in an apartment complex that worked at a 5-star Canopoly Suites Westin hotel, and I didn't hear my native language spoken for like a year, which I did not mind, but I also did not learn a single fucking word of Spanish because I'm autistic. And eventually my Spanish friend, not my Spanish friends, but my South American friends, I have a lot of Colombian friends and Mexican friends and stuff, because I worked in a Mexican like cell of housemaids and house inventory people at a 5-star hotel. And like I got my friend E, he's from Colombia, his whole family, I lived with his family for 2 years and stuff, and while they didn't like my lifestyle because I was a gamer and lazy, they liked me. I did work like 60-hour weeks like them, and they liked a gringo that works hard. They liked me. They really did. They liked me. They knew I worked hard like them, and I wouldn't do that forever, but I mean I did do it for 2 years or something like that. And I taught my friend E what Oblivion was, and he played a lot of Oblivion on my computer and stuff, and there was interesting stuff that happened, and it was just an interesting time overall. But I didn't hear English spoken for a whole year. And so I remember when I first heard English spoken again after like a year, and I heard it when my girlfriend would speak to me, or my mother, or my friends on the phone, or that kind of thing. This was before I left Humanity Right and became, a hikikomori. But but I was very, very active socially, and I didn't, really do anything but social shit. And I forget where I was going with this. Hearing English spoken by my mother or my girlfriend every day was like a trip, because most of the time all I heard was Spanish, and I had no idea what they were saying at all. And I wasn't interested in learning because my brain isn't capable of learning it. I've tried so hard so many times. My brain is not capable of picking up foreign language. I would pay good money if I could get somebody to figure some way. But I've had so many teachers and so many programs, and I was desperate to learn Spanish for a while because I thought I was going to have to move to Mexico. I really did. I really did. I moved to Hawaii, and then I was like, why can't I just move to Mexico? I was desperate to learn Spanish. I tried many times, and I just cannot even learn beyond the numbers and their alphabet for some reason. And I know past and present tenses and stuff like that, but I really can't do Spanish. I would say the one real fundamental weakness I have is I do not have a good memory, and remembering language is something you need a memory for, and I can't remember anything, so yeah. And I felt so bad about that. And at the end of the 2 years, my friend E, he looked at me and he spoke English, thank God, or I never would have been able to even communicate with them. And he was my translator. My friend E was like my free translator for a long time. Really good guy, and from Colombia. And I learned a lot about Colombians, and I have a great deal of fucking respect for Colombians. I really do. They, that's supposed to be the Medellin people that are all cartelly and stuff, but no, the Colombians that I fucking met are way, way, way higher value people than I think Americans are in some ways, because they have good family values. They go to church every Sunday. The only foible that they have is they like to drink beer, and they like to drink it a lot. Cerveza. That's their only weakness, only weakness. Other than that, they are like the perfect American family. I mean it. They're there for their family. They eat with their cousins. They throw picnics in the park on Saturday and shit like this. They pay their taxes. They work really fucking hard. And I wish Americans were like them, honestly, because they had better like discipline. They taught me like quite a lot of discipline when it came to that. And like, they had discipline. I didn't learn it until I lived with them. My white family did not have discipline like these people did. I don't have a lot of discipline, but I learned discipline about working. I worked hard because of them. I learned to work hard because of my Colombian family that I lived with for 2 years. And I don't ever talk to that guy anymore because the language barrier is still sort of there, and we're not really like each other. He was younger than me. He was like 15 years younger than me or something. But we were both young, and it was cool. He spoke English to me, and I remember it had been weeks since I had heard English, and I remember thinking, I almost cried. I was like, man, it's good to hear my fucking native language, right? I don't know if you guys have ever had that experience as white Americans. If you are white Americans, probably aren't, but if you're white Americans, it was a trip to hear my language spoken again after like 3 weeks or something like that. It was a fucking trip. It really was. I had just been around Mexicans. I had not heard my language spoken a long time. I was talking to my girlfriend at night, so I heard English. But I mean, I'm talking about like every day to day. In the day to day, I didn't hear English spoken for 12 hours. And it was a trip when I did hear it. I was like, oh man, I love my language, And after a while, I began to understand, like seeing him dress like John Lennon or Che Guevara is something that I really, really missed. It's like hearing my language spoken again after like 3 weeks or whatever. Like, I miss when people dress like this in Denver. I mean, a lot of my friends dress like this in Denver, like fucking hundreds of them. Everybody had this green jacket from the Salvation Army store, because we have good Salvation Army stores in Denver. Really good, genuinely good ones with good products for cheap. I love our Salvation Army stores, and we used to go there a lot. And they would go buy in green jackets, and I'd be like, oh, the Salvation Army store. And they're like, don't worry, the thrift store is a block away. And I'm like, nah, I don't hate the fucking Salvation Army store. It's just a waste of time for me because I'm left-wing coded and have been since I was like 13 years old. So I will not go in an Army Salvation store and spend any money unless it's like a pup tent for survival reasons or something. I will not buy anything milsim coded. I think of it as milsim coded now because it is milsim stuff. It's like, let's dress up like military stuff. And so, no, I don't like military coded stuff. I never did. My friends all do. They all have 25 firearms and stuff, and they're all military sim dudes who like doing stuff like paintball. And all my friends are right wing coded, even though they're like these leftist liberal transcendentalists with drug addictions, and they're all bi, right? And they're not trans, but they're bi, and like and definitely all my male friends are bi. Except for me. I'm like the only straight one out of that whole fucking crew. I don't understand it, but I was the only straight one out of my whole crew. So I really am not homophobic. I'm not. I don't care about that. Whatever. And yeah, some of my friends did proposition me and stuff, and I had to say no. It was just weird. It's like, I'm not like that, but I don't care that they are. It's totally fine, whatever. I've even seen them like kiss and do stuff before. It's just like, but I'm not comfortable with it. I'm like Fitty. I have to turn my head. I'm like, ugh, makes me physically sick. So, but it's just kind of funny. Like, they are the sort of people that are like bisexual and metro and really stylish and popular and stuff, and they populate the REI store, they populate the Salvation Army store, they populate the thrift store, and sorry, they patronize the thrift store, and they patronize Ross Dress for Less, and like any place is cheap, right? And they pull the best clothes from all the cheapest places, and they like this revolutionary look. All my best friends do, and honestly, there was this point where they all sold out to be yippies, right? They sold out to be yippies. All my friends, every single one of them, is yippies. And that happened to my parents, and it happened to us, and it happened to me. I didn't think it would happen until they basically gave me a home. You know, I was able to buy this home, and I became a yippie overnight. I was like, oh, I understand now why they do middle class stuff, and they try to settle down and try to, you know, make roots. And I never made roots my whole life except for my best friends, you know. So, like, I don't know why I'm talking about this, but just watching him dress like a revolutionary, like my friends in Denver, my leftist liberal, well, they're not really liberals because they like guns, but they do support abortion. They're like pro-choice. So I don't know what you could call that. A liberal who owns guns but is pro-choice and pro-drugs and anti-drug war and anti-foreign war and anti-inheritance tax and anti-property tax and all this other shit, and probably open, I don't know if my friends are like this, they probably aren't anymore, but they used to be open border. They were like that leftist liberal, right? But they were also like these gun owners with 25 guns, and they're like ranchers and shit, and they like live in the Colorado Rocky Mountains, and they hang out with rugged like mountain people and stuff, and they have right-wing leanings and tendencies and stuff, and we've all fuck girls from the shit kickers bar, and we've all, you know, and like we're, you know, it's weird, but we've also fucked girls from the rave bar, from the NFL bar, from the fucking, I mean, I've done it all, and like, I don't know what it is. We're like everything. We're fucking everything. I think we're even like open to some fascism in some degrees. Like I was talking about maybe killing rapists in our prison system like yesterday, which is the most fascist, terrible right-wing thing I've ever fucking said in my life. And you can tell that their right-wing leanings have taken me a little bit in that direction. But when I see a number like 160,000 rapes, I think, no, we probably do need to kill rapists for at least 5 years or something like that, just to show them there's an incentive, a de-incentive to do it. Because right now they're almost glorified. Look at how much glorification they did to both fucking Jeffrey Epstein and fucking like P. Diddy. And that, I don't care what you say, all these Netflix documentaries are glorification of child rapists, and Trump is all up in it with them, and I don't, and all these other celebrities are all up in it with them, and I don't know, man, like.
Person on why Brooks didn't mention the meeting in his column. As a journalist, David Brooks regularly attends events to speak with.
I don't like the QAnon bent. I don't like where this went to QAnon, but I mean, it's starting to go QAnon because it's court evidence. It's not so good. It's not so good for them. They might actually, like, I don't know if we'll prosecute him while he's in power. We didn't do it before, and now I'm just spinning on the last thing I said, which is, will he go to jail? I don't think he will.
Speak with noted and important business leaders to inform his columns, which is exactly what happened at this 2011 event. Mr. Brooks had no contact with him before or after the single attendance at a widely attended dinner. Also, to all marveling at photos of New York Times columnist David Brooks dining with Jeffrey Epstein 2 years after Epstein finished his sentence for procuring a child for prostitution, here's what it was. The 2011 Edge billionaires.
You don't have to be a brave prosecutor to show up at 1600 fucking Avenue and fucking put the fucking bracelets onto the fucking resident fucking child rapist. It's not going to happen. It's something, it's like a fantasy. I think they thought that this would be some magic wave all strategy of destroying the right and destroying Trump and destroying crooked Hollywood and crooked software developers and stuff. And I get it. It is kind of a magic cure-all wand, but it's that same old South Park thing. I'm not really sure that declaring child molestation is going to cure all your fucking problems. I'm not really sure. I don't know, man. Will Trump actually go to jail for child molestation? I don't think he will. Who's going to go to 1600 DC and force him to do it? I don't think anybody in America will. So why are we even on it now? I'm against being on it now. So I don't think we can enforce it. If we bust him for a bunch more crimes, he won't go to jail. So what's the goddamn point? Why even waste the manpowers and the taxes? We need to focus on the fact that he won't go to jail, I think. Well, I don't really care if he's been with children anymore. I need to understand why he won't go to jail. Is it because he's president? That's not a good enough reason anymore. We need to emergency amend that immediately. Presidents need to go to jail if they rape children too. Like right now today in the Congress, I want a new motion, like rethinking this thing about how presidents have like complete impunity to like fucking prosecution while they're actually engaged in at the service of the people. And like I don't know. I don't think I want that law or rule anymore. And we've always been able to change things that the public doesn't want anymore. I want to prosecute this guy. He has been convicted of 34 felonies. I was not allowed to just walk out of the courthouse when I was convicted of a deferred adjudicated felony twice. You know, I was not allowed to walk out of the courthouse. I did go to jail. I don't understand why this guy gets to do that too. Like, why does he get to just walk out of the courthouse? Keep saying it. That's what we need to focus on. Not Jeffrey Epstein, not Pete Diddy, not 50 Cent. I mean, it's fun to focus on those things. But what we really need to focus on is this motherfucker will not go to jail. He is not willing to do it. Nobody has the power to make him do it. He can commit 1,000 crimes. I don't care what they are anymore, because at this point, if we can't make him go to jail, who cares what crimes he commits? He's lawless. If we're not going to stop him, then who cares what he does? It's immaterial to care what he does, because it's like, he'll just continue to do it. He's just going to continue to do what he does. It's not, we will not enforce him. We will not make him go to jail, so I don't care what he does. It's not good enough. This wasn't good enough. This P. Diddy Democratic push for fucking 50 Cent and Jeffrey Epstein to try and incriminate our president for child sex. It's not good enough if he won't go to jail. Why aren't you focusing on that? It's not good enough if he will not attend jail. It's almost like jail is like a fucking invitation for him now. And if he won't say yes to the fucking invitation, which is just a joke of a fucking situation, then I don't care what he did. I won't focus on it. I probably will put it in on my stream, but like I personally do not care what he's done. It's not some freedom pass for him to just do whatever. I'm saying that I don't care what he does anymore until you force him to go to jail. It's like I don't care about prosecuting him anymore until you make him fucking go to jail for the last shit that we prosecuted him for. That's a logical thing for the American public to ask.
Yeah, baby, living the dream.
Oh, damn it. Please attend the jail that you were convicted for.
You can win it with just...
Attend the jail that you were convicted for. Like, it's an invitation. I know you won't take it, but I don't want to force you. But it's like, please attend the jail that you are guilty for. You have been convicted of the 34 fucking felonies. You're showing up in the Epstein files. I don't want to ruin you or take your fucking fortune. I want you to either get impeached or abdicate. One or the other. I want you to abdicate. You can't handle this fucking pressure. You are not leading the American people. You got on last night for half an hour. You bragged for half an hour. You said a nothing burger speech where you bragged because you are your correspondent's bitch or whatever. It's just insane. It's like, I don't want you anymore. I want you to abdicate this throne. You're asleep at the switch like Joe Biden. We know it. And why be disgraced like Joe Biden? You could just step down right now. Let JD Vance take the fucking let JD Vance. I'd rather hate JD Vance now than you. You're too old. I'd rather like hate on somebody who isn't getting his diapers changed by a servant. You know, somebody my age, I'm fucking sick of the fucking change of the guards thing. You will not do the change of the guards. I want you out of here like Joe Biden went. I want you out of here. You will not abdicate. I know you won't. I know you won't. it's so annoying that you won't abdicate. Like, you should abdicate. You should just either sit back there or don't abdicate. Sit in your fucking office. We don't require you to do anything except play golf. Sit back there and do nothing. And like I asked you to do on election night, I was like, well, I asked you to not be a dead slot. But that is what you are doing. You are sitting there and tweeting. You are a dead slot. All you do is brag. You're a dead slot. You don't do anything at all for us whatsoever. So like you cost us money. You know, you are costing us money. So now what do? We make him attend jail? We make him attend the jail that he's been convicted for. It's not that hard. Like, I don't want presidents to be immunity from crimes. That's like saying they're God kings that can just freely rape children. That's not what we ever intended in this country. That's not ever what the law was meant to be. That's what they're using it for.
Dinner. Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos were there too.
Using it to freely rape children in public. It's disgusting. We need to end that we need to end that fucking policy. We have this policy where we just won't make American presidents face fucking felonies that they just committed while they were in office. That is not fucking logical, and they're allowed to rape children in public basically because we can't make them go to jail. It's fucking stupid. We should be able to make them go to jail. I want whatever it is that's protecting him in that fucking manner. I want that ended now. And if you don't move on into Congress, I'm going to assume you're fucking with him. You know? It's like you're with the deep state fucking, like, child sex cabal. I'm going to assume you're fucking with them. And P. Diddy and fucking, you know, Jeffrey Epstein, all this. I'm going to assume you're with him. You need to make him go to jail, or you're his friend and you're with him. You're convicted, and why did you waste all that time if you're not going to make him attend jail? You wasted years. You convicted him. You were successful. Why don't you actually uphold the law? You're not fucking cops or prosecutors. You're clowns. This is why I don't like pigs. I call you pigs right to your fucking face because you don't make criminals attend jail unless they've fucking done drugs in the ghetto. It's fucking disgusting.
I have, Dad. I want to be as good a co-pilot for the captain as I am for you.
Well, you're doing a great job, String Bean. I'm proud of you. What do you say we get you a new outfit next time we're planetside?
I don't want to hear your voice anymore. Stupid Bethesda fucking sound torture. Yep. And then, yeah, this could be lower, I think, because it's kind of overwhelming. Yeah. I wouldn't mind the music, but I'm watching Hassan. I don't watch Hassan every day anymore like I used to. I think he's kind of starting to stop being peak.
Wait, is this guy?
It's not that he's not peak anymore. It's that you can't stay up at the top forever, and I want other people to rise to the top, and I think he knows he does too. So.
Are you serious? Okay, never mind. I was gonna say. I thought this person was actually trying to.
I don't know this man. I don't want to know this man. I'll probably never meet him, but boy, I do respect him.
Defend David Brooks, but I think they are, you know, also attacking other billionaires as well. I hope this person is not actually trying to somehow defend David Brooks here. I can't tell. There is more gnome photos. Oh my God! New photos of the House Oversight Committee of Noam Chomsky speaking directly with Jeffrey Epstein, brother.
Oh no! Why no? What the hell is like one of the smartest men in the world doing with Jeffrey Epstein? What the fuck is that? Come on, Noam Chomsky, you were supposed to be better than this. So many of our heroes are going to fall.
Brother, what the oh yeah, I saw the Brace Belden photo. You guys are so up for that, okay? You're so up for that because when I saw it at first glance, I was like, what the y'all are up, but it's messed up that everybody had a similar moment, like a brief pause where it's like, what? The House Oversight Committee has just released several more photos of this billionaire's dinner, including this one, which Epstein and Musk are in the same spot. You know what's really crazy about this they love taking photos. Like every billionaire and every millionaire, every super wealthy, super connected elite, okay, for some weird reason would never dare to be around Jeffrey Epstein without photographers everywhere. Okay, they were like, hey,
hey, convicted child molester.